my office, very likely for a suspension. That suspension, depending on how many violations this individual may have had in the past, is normally a 1-year suspension. And then I would then go through the whole process with the suspension conversation to determine whether a 1-year suspension is should be maintained or whether it should be resumed. Most of the time, we look at taking somebody, if they fished in a closed area, we look at taking that individual out of the scallop fishery.
Hey, this is Peggy in Judiciary. Just a reminder that our schedule today, we're going to start with the judicial branch. We have one initiative, and then we're going to move to the Attorney General's office and do their whole budget. And then we'll do Maine Human Rights Commission budget. And then we'll get to Maine Commission on Indigent Legal Services. So if you're here for MCILS, you're welcome to hang out, but please be patient. You can also sign out and sign back in when we get closer to working on that budget. Hopefully that's helpful to you, and I'm sure we'll get started soon. Thanks.
Hey, Peggy.
Yes.
Peggy, looking at my notes from last week, as I understand it, we are voting on initiatives only as opposed to the baseline budget.
That is what the Appropriations Committee has asked for. If there are other changes, you can vote on those too. You can add initiatives.
Okay.
You can dive into the baseline and make changes to the baseline if you want. But at the minimum, Appropriations Committee has asked for you to vote on the initiatives.
Okay, so those should be explicitly spelled out by our presenters.
Yes.
The reason I ask is that we've had a variety of initial submissions, emails, corrections, modifications, and everything seems to be in a somewhat different format,
Right.
taken as a whole. So it's a bit confusing to get to the initiatives and see what they are clearly.
Right. And I think in particular, when we get to the Maine Human Rights Commission, we'll have to do some adjusting to make numbers match up with what was originally adopted in the budget, not adopted,
Sure.
Included in the budget.
Yeah.
So your report is probably going to be very different on those initiatives.
Okay. Okay. Well, good. That's helpful. Thanks.
Good.
Peg, you going to be at the Civic Center?
No, I'm not. I'm going to be working in my office. I've got a few things to do for you.
Yes, sure. Good for
But
you.
I really do miss the hubbub of session. So
Sure.
maybe you'll get that same flavor in the Civic Center.
I expect so.
Yeah, it'll be good. And I think it'll be good to get things moving
Yes,
again.
yes.
Good morning, everyone.
Hello.
Sorry I was late joining the committee meeting. And I'm just checking to see if we have a quorum. And it looks like we do. So we will begin our meeting. Good morning, everybody. This is the meeting of the Joint Committee on the Judiciary. And today we're going to take up our work session on the biennial budget proposal. We are going to begin, though, with our usual round of committee introductions. And I'm just going to call on committee members, starting in, let's see, start with Representative Moriarty. Would you like to introduce yourself?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, everybody. I'm Steve Moriarty. I live in Cumberland and represent the town together with part of Gray in House District 45.
Thank you. Representative Sheehan.
Thanks, Madam Chair, and good morning, everyone. I'm Erin Sheehan, and I'm proud to represent Biddeford. That is House District 12.
Thank you. Representative Downs.
Good morning, everybody, and thank you, Madam Chair. My name is Kathy Downs. I represent District 130, which is Bucksport and Arlington. Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Libby.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and good morning. I am Laura Libby, and I represent District 64, which is part of Auburn and all of Minot, and I reside in Auburn.
Thank you. And Representative Poirier.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm Jennifer Poirier. I represent District 107, which is all of Skowhegan and part of Madison.
Thank you. Representative Evangelos.
Good morning. Thank you, Madam Chair. Jeffrey Evangelos, House District 91, and I reside in Friendship.
Thank you. Representative Newell.
Checking with the
Yes, good morning, everyone. I am Rena Newell, the Passamaquoddy Tribal Representative. Please excuse me as well. I need to jump to Marine Resources.
Thanks. And Representative and Co-Chair Harnett.
Good morning, Madam Chair, and thank you for those joining us today. My name is Tom Harnett. I represent House District 83, which is the town of Farmingdale and the city of Gardner, and I reside in Gardner. And I apologize in advance. I'm going to be in and out of the meeting today to testify in front of another committee. So when I disappear, that's why. Thank you.
And I'm Ann Carney. I represent Senate District 29, South Portland, Cape Elizabeth, which is my hometown, and a little bit of Scarborough. And we're joined today by our legislative analyst, Peggy Wrench, and also Susan Panett, who is our committee clerk. And so we're going to proceed this morning first with the, we have one more item to vote on the judicial branch budget. And then we'll do the Attorney General section of the budget, and then the Human Rights Commission section of the budget. We are hoping that we can get those done this morning and then move, have a break and then return and do the main Commission on Indigent Legal Services. So fingers crossed that we can efficiently work through our stuff this morning. Let's see, I'm going to just ask committee members, when we met last week, I screen shared the budget, which I had never done before, but it seemed to give us all something to focus on and make it a little easier for us to orient our discussion. Would people like me to do that again today? If you nod or shake your head. Yeah, I'm seeing some nods, so I'm going to go ahead and do that. It'll take me just a minute to get it up on the screen. And then Mr. Glessner and Mr. Corliss, your item will be the first one we address. And if you could remind me of the number, then or the page, I can get to it a little bit more efficiently.
Thank you, Senator. It's page 29 of the worksheet. It's at the bottom. It's reference number 1863. And there were two documents that Mr. Corliss had sent that I forwarded, and hopefully you have those. I did post them in the Google Drive, and I'm not sure if they're up on the web yet.
Okay, I'll screen share those if need be. And Peggy, I'm embarrassed to say this, but I've already forgotten the page number because I'm doing a couple of different things at once. Could you remind me of the page number again?
Page 29.
Thank you. All righty. Okie doke. So let me get to the screen sharing function and see how this works. All right. Is that working for everybody?
Yep.
Great. And so was page 29, the facility increases. So this is the correct initiative, right? Okay, and committee members, we did receive some helpful information from the judicial branch. And so at this point, I'm going to just ask, I guess, Mr. Corliss and Mr. Glessner if they have any particular observations that they would like to share with us before I turn it over to committee members for questions.
Sure, this is Dennis Corliss. The first page of what I sent you, I think summarizes what you were looking for. If I understood the questions correctly, the concern was if we had a budget in 21 of 3.6 million, how did we get to a total of an initiative for 762, which represents a 21% increase? So at first blush, just looking at those numbers, it's a very large increase. And there's several components. And the biggest of which is in the last biennium, we had requested regular increases for expenses we knew we were going to have, and we didn't get all of that money. I'm summarizing real quick. And then we had initiatives for Waldo and an initiative for Oxford for new courthouses. We also didn't get that. But what we did get is the real expenses in those years. And it was looking like it was going to be very tough for us. Like, how are we going to meet those expenses that were very real? And as you know, in our budget, we're pretty much people, building, and some services that we're required to provide. So there isn't a whole lot of places to look for those funds. But as bad luck, I guess, would have it, COVID happened, both in fiscal year 20 and 21. So our shortfalls were met by other areas where we didn't have the expenses because of COVID. So we got through the last biennium, even though those things hadn't passed. But our concern going forward is those expenses are still very real. So I'll just step through those. And then also we had Waldo Judicial Center. We've increased our costs there. All our estimates in the last biennium were before the buildings were completed, before we went through an RFP process and things went out to bid. So at this point, we have contracts in place for everything. We have experience of at least a year in each building so that we know what our costs are. And again, when we estimated costs going forward, we didn't put any factor in for inflation over the 2-year period, which happens a lot of times in these budgets. So I'll just step through the 5 items that make up that 21%, so it's clear what we were requesting and why. So the first item is just general cost of living increases or that we experience in those areas. And again, it's things for janitorial services, for lawn care, snow removal, trash removal, nothing, fuel, electricity, water, sewer, it's those type of things. And so we're requesting 150,000 for that, which is a 4.1% increase over the last biennium. And again, that's for a 2-year period. The next item was requested in the prior biennial budget just for our general, just like the 150 was requested last time. And we got a partial, but we didn't get all of it. And the shortfall was 209,000, which is 5.8%. For Oxford County, we had requested the 158 in the last biennium. We did not get that. And those, again, are real expenses, and that's 4.4%. And same thing with Waldo. There was a biennial request last time that was not funded, and that's 2.3%. And then we have adjustments to Waldo once we get all the contracts in place. And that's another 161,000 or 4.5%. So that's how we got to the 21%. And I know I probably said it several times, but the only way we got through last biennium with those expenses was because of COVID, which is how we're hoping not to go through the next biennium.
Thank you.
I provided a breakdown between Waldo and Oxford, just anticipating that somebody might want to know, what makes up those costs. So I provided those. And some of that might get a little confusing. Like under Waldo, we had some money in our budget already for some items. As you know, some buildings are, because of the 1976 statutes, which required the counties to provide us space, we don't pay any operating costs for that space. So in Waldo, we had some space that they provided in the Superior Court, which was a separate building, but then we had a district court, which we rented and had to pay all expenses there. So we deducted that when we looked at the expenses that we needed for each of those buildings.
Thank you, Mr. Corliss. I think at this point, it might make sense to just ask committee members, because you did provide us with a really thorough response to our request, which we really appreciate. But let's see if committee members have any specific concerns that they want to address with you. So at this point, I'm looking to committee members for questions regarding this, let's see, this element. Let me just pull up the number. So questions regarding the background information related to item 1863 on the budget. I am not, oh, okay, great. Representative Poirier, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And this may be an easy question for you to answer. It's just because I'm new to the committee. I just wanted clarification on the 3 items listed as note 1 for the prior biennial request that were not funded. And you said that those were taken care of because of COVID. They weren't there. Are those amounts that you think that you'd need to have in this coming the coming budget, or are they funds still looking to be covered for the previous? I'm not quite understanding that.
The previous budget was covered because of the shortfalls in COVID, things like travel. People weren't traveling as much. And so we didn't have as many expenses as we expected there. So we were able to cover these expenses here. But in the new biennium, that's not going to be true. I mean, we're actually concerned about having to spend more than normal because of, working through our backlog and getting everything geared back up. So we're not going to have that flexibility that we had in fiscal year 20 and 21 because of COVID.
Okay, thank you.
Are there other questions? Representative Moriarty?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Corliss, would you just quickly remind me about what is proposed for both Oxford and Waldo?
What is proposed for what?
Oxford and Waldo.
I'm sorry, I'm just not understanding the question.
Well, what are these renovations or?
Oh, no. Both of those counties, we built brand new buildings.
Yes.
So, and we had been using, like in both counties, we were using county space. And so in several of those areas, they paid the expenses. Suddenly we built, not suddenly, with approval from the legislature, we built 2 brand new buildings, or in Oxford, in addition to the existing courthouse. And now we're paying those operating expenses because it's our building. Okay. And it's not covered by that 1976 law, which required the counties to pay all expenses.
Okay. So does the South Paris courthouse still function?
We use the old Superior Court So that was renovated as part of this project. So as an example there on our expenses, there's actually 27,000 square feet that we use. 5,000 of that is in the Old County Courthouse. We don't pay for those expenses for that 5,000 square feet, but we do pay for everything in the addition that we added on and that we own. And also things like snow plowing, we share with the county because they're in some of the space. So some of those expenses are less than other areas because of the shared cost.
Okay, good. Thanks, Ben.
Are there other questions on the part of members of the committee? Are committee members ready to vote on this initiative? This is the last part of the judicial branch section of our budget work. I'm not seeing any objection. And so at this point, we'll take a roll call vote on this section reference number initiative. Let's see, initiative 1863 of the biennial budget. And I see that our clerk, Susan Panett, is smiling at us and ready to go ahead with the roll call vote. You may proceed, and thank you very much.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Senator Carney.
Actually, I don't know if we need a motion, but the motion ought to pass on this section of the budget. And yes.
Senator Carney votes yes. Senator Sanborn. Senator Kime. Representative Harnett.
Yes.
Representative Harnett votes yes. Representative Babbage. Representative Galgay-Reckitt. Representative Moriarty.
Yes.
Representative Moriarty votes yes. Representative Sheehan.
Yes.
Representative Sheehan votes yes. Representative Hagan. Representative Downs.
No.
Representative Downs votes no. Representative Libby.
No.
Representative Libby votes no. Representative Poirier.
No.
Representative Poirier votes no. Representative Evangelos.
Yes.
Representative Evangelos votes yes. Representative Newell. Senator Sanborn. Senator Sanborn is absent. Senator Kime. Senator Kime is absent. Representative Babbage. Representative Babbage is absent. Representative Galgay-Reckitt. Representative Galgay-Reckitt is absent. Representative Hagan. Representative Hagan is absent. Representative Newell. Representative Newell is absent. 5 members voting in the affirmative, 3 members voting no, 6 members absent.
Thank you very much, Supi. Peggy, I have a question for you. Do we need to, on the budget, is it a simple yes or no, or do we need to ask about a minority report on this particular item?
Well, I think anytime somebody can offer something different than what's there. So, and maybe the people who voted no want to make a different proposal.
Yes, thank you. I would, Representative Libby, I recognize you for the purpose of letting us know what the minority report would be.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The minority report is simply ought not to pass. We do not have a full minority report at this time. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, with that, our work on the judicial branch portion of the budget, the biennial budget, is concluded. Thank you, Mr. Glessner and Mr. Corliss, for being here today and answering all of our questions. And the next section of the budget that we'll take up is the Attorney General's portion of the budget. And we do have the Attorney General here today to speak with us. And welcome, Mr. Attorney General.
Good morning, Senator. Thank you for having me today.
Our process is that I typically will screen share the section of the budget that pertains to your office and ask you to walk us through each initiative, just focusing on the initiatives. And we ask that you give us just a little bit of information about the initiative. We do have your written testimony from earlier. And then we'll take a break after each initiative and see if committee members have questions. Does that sound like a good process to you?
Yes, thank you. And let me just supplement by, there were questions asked during the public hearing. I was not able to finalize a written response, but I do have responses that may be helpful, which I can hit as we attach to the sections where the questions were asked. The only two questions that don't have a home per se is one, there was a question from Representative Arata on AFA asking about the increase in the other special revenue, if there was some corresponding increase in another budget that I can talk about if committee members want. And the second question that doesn't have a home is I do have some numbers relating to costs that the AG office spends on criminal prosecution, child protection, involuntary commitment. I included investigations. That might be helpful for the MCILS conversation that the committee is going to have later. So I just flagged that I have that information. It wasn't in writing yet. It is available for today if the committee members want to hear that.
Is it available in writing today or just verbally?
Right, just verbally today. I am pulling everything together. There's a certain staff member who has not been in that I typically rely upon to help me with that. So you're stuck with me, unfortunately, providing oral response.
That's not unfortunate to have you with us. We're delighted that you're here. I'm just trying to think, let's do the budget first, and then at the conclusion of that, and if you can please help me remember, we will then turn to those items. Okay?
Great.
Thank you. Okay, so I am going to attempt to screen share again. Okay. And Peggy, can you remind me which section or what page I should go to?
We're starting on page 1.
Okay, that's easy. And I won't forget that one.
It's at the bottom of page 1, reference number 394.
Great. Okay. Here we are. So this is initiative 394, and you can go ahead, Attorney General, if you would, and give us some information about this.
Yes, thank you. So this was the request for a position be supported by other special revenue funds from different agencies that the Natural Resources Division here in the AG's office supports. The committee may remember in my presentation that we have a number of attorneys, but only one support staff position. That has led to a lot of work for the support staff position and attorneys having to do their own support staff work in a number of cases. We discussed this pressure with natural resource agencies that are supported by the Natural Resource Division. There was both the recognition and the agreement that we would request this additional position to help ensure that the support is better spread amongst two people as opposed to one person and the attorneys. That allowed the attorneys to be focused on legal work while also allowing the non-legal work to be done by a more appropriate person. This is other special revenue, so I'll take this opportunity to point out that I have not done a crosswalk, so I don't know if, say, DEP or Marine Resources, I don't know if they had a corresponding request in their budget, but I would point out that this is money, so to the extent that it's being spent here, that does recognize that it's not freed up to be directed someplace else. So that's what I provide for this initiative.
Thank you very much. Committee members, Do you have questions, and could you please use your raise hand function? Because the way the share screen works, I otherwise won't be able to tell you're raising your hands. The exception, I think, Representative Harnett, sometimes your raise hand doesn't work, so just unmute yourself and let me know. Representative Libby, go ahead with your question.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for being here, Attorney General.
Good morning.
Hi, good morning. Excuse me for being a little slow on the uptake this early or late in the morning, however you look at it. But can you explain again where the funding comes from for this item?
Of course. We serve different agencies. We provide legal services for different agencies. And in this particular case, the other special revenue funds, this would be the assessment on the agency for the work that we are providing them. Right now, for example, we might have an attorney, a full-time attorney who is working on Marine Resource Agency work. We assess Marine Resource Agency accounts to pay us for that work. So what this is, we have agencies that are receiving support. It's not just one agency. It's I don't remember the exact number, but there's a number of different agencies that Natural Resource Division supports. We would be assessing them for that additional work. So the money here coming into the AG's office would be directed from the budget of the agency that we're supporting. I don't know if that helps. What I don't know the answer to is whether or not the agencies already had that money in their existing baseline. That is to say, it didn't lead to them needing to request any more fees or money or to stop a contract, or if there's a corresponding ask in the agency budget to pay for the services that the Attorney General's office is providing them.
Meaning if they had an ask for from the general fund and your ask is from the special revenue then.
That's right. So I don't know if those agencies already had, because it's common in agencies, common in the Attorney General's office, where if there's a budget, we might not realize all of the contracts that were budgeted that we would contract for. We might have not filled positions very quickly, so there might be some personal services savings. There may be different reasons why an agency might have resources that exist that they don't need to ask for a general fund, or if they're paid for by fees, right, like a fishing fee or a trapping fee. I don't have the answer for you on the agency side for this position if there was some sort of request elsewhere to cover it.
Thank you.
Committee members, are there other questions on item number 394? Representative Babbage?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm delighted to be able to join you a little bit late. Chris Babbage, House District 8, Kennebunk. Good morning, Mr. Attorney General. Good to see you.
Good morning.
If there were what you called a duplicate request from Marine or DEP, it wouldn't be for a position, right? So this would be unique in that we're looking to establish a position and an initiative. Is that right?
Well, let me see if, I want to see if I understood that question. So I would liken this to, in the OAG budget, you see an increase in the assessment from OIT, right? OIT has an increased amount of services that they're providing to the OAG that has an increased cost. And so in my budget, I am asking for an increased amount to cover what OIT is increasing. It's not specified to a position, it's not specified to a computer, it's not specified to, in order for my office to establish the position that would be paid for by the agencies, however it is they have the money, whether it's already within their existing budget or if they have to ask for more, I either need a financial order signed by the governor that would set up a temporary position that only lasts through the end of a biennial budget season, or I'd have to get the legislature to provide that permission to have that position in my office. I can't just set up the position and say, hey, agency, you have to pay me money to pay for that. I need to get permission, which is appropriate. So I don't know if that answers the question, but hopefully it describes that I can't just establish the position without authorization from someone, either the legislature or on a temporary basis from the chief executive.
Are there other questions among committee members? Seeing none, I think that when we met last week, we did kind of an informal check-in on each. Actually, I think that we should do a formal committee vote on each of these initiatives. And so at this point, I am going to stop the screen sharing. And now that we're all virtually together, ask our committee clerk, Supi Panett, if she can do a roll call vote on this initiative.
Would be happy to.
Thank you.
Senator Carney.
Yes.
Senator Carney votes yes. Senator Sanborn. Senator Kime. Representative Harnett.
Yes.
Representative Harnett votes yes. Representative Babbage.
Yes.
Representative Babbage votes yes. Representative Galgay-Reckitt. Representative Moriarty.
Yes.
Representative Moriarty votes yes. Representative Sheehan.
Yes.
Representative Sheehan votes yes. Representative Hagan. Representative Downs.
No.
Representative Downs votes no. Representative Libby.
No.
Representative Libby votes no. Representative Poirier.
No.
Representative Poirier votes no. Representative Evangelos.
Yes.
Representative Evangelos votes yes. Representative Newell. Senator Sanborn. Senator Sanborn is absent. Senator Kime. Senator Kime is absent. Representative Galgay-Reckitt. Representative Galgay-Reckitt is absent. Representative Hagan. Representative Hagan is absent. Representative Newell. Representative Newell is absent. 6 members voting in the affirmative, 3 members voting in the negative, and 5 members are absent.
Thank you very much. Now we'll move on to the next initiative, and I'm going to return to screen sharing, everyone. So just give me one moment. Okay. The next initiative is number 396. And Mr. Attorney General, if you could walk us through this one, please.
Yes, thank you. This is, we are asking that the legislature approve the one-time funding reduction that's based on the return of a leased vehicle that's connected with our investigations division. It's not being used at the moment. Doesn't make sense to have that vehicle just sitting. This is also consistent with, if I remember correctly, this is also consistent with what had happened in the curtailment. So we're asking the approval of this one-time reduction.
Thank you. Do any committee members have questions about this matter? Then let's move on to a vote on reference number 396.
Senator Carney.
Yes.
Senator Carney votes yes. Senator Sanborn. Senator Kime. Representative Harnett.
Yes.
Representative Harnett votes yes. Representative Babbage.
Yes.
Thank you. Representative Babbage votes yes. Representative Galgay-Reckitt. Representative Moriarty.
Yes.
Representative Moriarty votes yes. Representative Sheehan.
Yes.
Representative Sheehan votes yes. Representative Hagan. Representative Downs.
Yes.
Representative Downs votes yes. Representative Libby.
Yes.
Representative Libby votes yes. Representative Poirier.
Yes.
Representative Poirier votes yes. Representative Evangelos.
Yes.
Representative Evangelos votes yes. Representative Newell. Senator Sanborn. Senator Sanborn is absent. Senator Keim. Senator Keim is absent. Representative Galgay-Reckitt. Representative Galgay-Reckitt is absent. Representative Hagan. Representative Hagan is absent. Representative Newell. Representative Newell is absent. 9 members voting in the affirmative, 0 in the negative, and 5 members are absent.
Thank you very much. Now we'll move on to our next initiative, and I'm going to jump back to screen sharing. This is number 397. And Mr. Attorney General, can you walk us through this one, please?
Yes, thank you. And I want to, at this point, Representative Moriarty and Representative Cardone, and perhaps at least one other member had asked questions around the plan to return workers' comp work to the Attorney General's office. Had some questions around that. I have some information on really the next 3 initiatives, so I'll provide that. And then if there's some follow-up questions, of course, I want to be able to try to answer them. So as it stands right now, the workers' comp work that the Attorney General's office is responsible for is managed by 3 different outside counsel contracts. We have a contract with the Tucker Law Group, we have a contract with Redmond Winchell, and we have a contract with Norman Hanson in Detroit. Each one of these contracts connects with an individual attorney in these firms. And so what we had based this ask on is that in 2019, there had been billing of approximately $400,000 connected with one of these contracts. And when we looked at how many hours had been reportedly spent, when we looked at, there had been a history of the cost. Just to give you an idea, so we hit this contract in 2016 was approximately $265,000. In 2017, this contract was $318,000. 2018 was, I think I said 18 there, 2017 was the 318,000. 2018, it was $288,000. And as I mentioned, in 2019, it was $400,000. So that was just one of the 3 contracts. And when we assessed how many cases were there and what it might be for the office to be able to address the workload that was indicated by that contract, that led us to the attorney position, the paralegal position, the secretary legal position. Based on those numbers, we could do at approximately, I think it ended up being around 235,000. I don't know if that's the number in my material. I don't know if that's exactly how it added up in the budget, but that led to approximately the $100,000. So we did a little bit more homework. I say homework, or did a little bit more investigating into how 2020 worked out, because we had not received the information that gave us a picture of what the 2020 costs were for that contract. We learned 2 things. One, even though we had spent $400,000 in 2019 on this one contract, what was indicated is that there had been some late billing that actually worked back to 2018. So the 2019 number was not $400,000. It was $312,000. So still more than what it would cost us in our estimation to do in the office, but not as much as had been paid out in 2019. There was more to that story, I guess, is what I'm trying to say. 2020, in particular because travel costs were down as a result of the pandemic. In 2020, the billing for that one contract ended up being $213,000. So a significant decrease, particularly in what we had been seeing for the cost of that contract, again, related to the, you're not billing for travel. The firm wasn't billing for travel. So once we get on the other side of the pandemic, it's sort of unclear as to where that number may end up going. So I'm hoping that information provides some flesh to how it is that we arrived at this particular proposal. And I hope to be able to answer any questions that I either didn't answer before or that may have been generated by that additional information.
Representative Libby, you may ask your question.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My question has to do with the number of contracts. Did I mishear, or at some point did you say that there were three outside contracts?
No, you heard correctly. There's a total of 3 contracts overall that cover different parts of Maine. So Redmond Winchell, which is based out of Bangor, basically covers, Bangor North. It's my understanding that Tucker Law Group covers parts of coastal Maine, and then Norman Hanson Detroit cover what I consider to be a central southern Maine. And so the office has those 3 contracts because it costs less to do it that way than it would be to have 3 assistant attorney generals, moving around the state to cover what ends up being much less. So I mentioned there are 3 contracts. The other two firms, so the Northern Maine representation, the cost was, $93,000 in 2016, $96,000 in 2017, but then it moved down to $38,000 in 2018, $56,000 in 2019, $45,000 in 2020. It would not make any sense to request an attorney general position to cover that area because it would cost the state more money, cost the client more money to have an AAG to cover that part of Maine. Same with the Tucker. Oh, I'm sorry.
Sorry, so this is just replacing that one contract. The other 2 would remain in play. And okay, that answered my question. Thank you.
Oh, okay. Of course.
Representative Moriarty, you may proceed with your question.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I should disclose to you, Attorney General, and to everyone else on the committee that prior to my retirement, I was with the Southern Maine firm, with which the state has contracted for quite some number of years. I have received no income from the firm whatsoever. There is no pension involved. I have no interest in firm profits. Everything, the cord has been cut completely. But my question to you, I think last week, was if the Southern Maine firm is replaced, how can one attorney cover the 3 Southern to Central Maine regional offices of the board, which again are located in Portland, Lewiston, and Augusta? When you mention that the Tucker firm covers coastal Maine, that's interesting to me because there are no regional offices maintained by the board in coastal Maine. The other 2, for a total of 5, are in Bangor and Caribou. So again, it's unclear to me how the geography divides and whether anticipating that one attorney and one staff member can cover the 3 busiest regional offices, Portland, Lewiston, Augusta, all by themselves.
Well, on the, I'm looking up the Tucker Law Group right now. My notes have coastal. I could be corrected that it's northern. My handwritten notes are probably not going to be the ultimate arbiter of that. So we have contracts with individual attorneys in each one of these 3 firms. There's only one attorney who's authorized to provide work out of Norman Hanson in Detroit. We do not have any information that they are not competent to be handling this by one attorney, one paralegal, and one secretary. At least the billing supports that it would be that our numbers are not off. Right. So in other words, to the extent that we had based the request off of billing for attorney time, travel time, and support staff time, that still fits into, because we have AAGs that travel to different courts now. So whether it be child protection, whether it be drug task force prosecutors. So in terms of the way in which we had assessed our ability to return this in-house, we were looking at how this was going to be a particular part of Maine that is presently only supported by one attorney authorized to cover it. I mean, we're supposed to be advised when other attorneys work on that, so we can determine if there's any conflicts to ensure that they are licensed. Our agreements call for that. I asked to have all of the present agreement pulled. I didn't see any other attorneys that had been attached to that. So I don't have any reason to believe that one attorney and the associated staff would not be able to fulfill what it is that's been reported to us as being done by that firm. Now, that being said, the savings are obviously in question given what the 2020 experience was and given what we learned was the case with the 2019 numbers. Again, we paid out $400,000 in 2019, but it turns out that some of that was billing that was billed a little bit into the new year. It was really $312,000. That hasn't eroded my confidence that the proposal would not be adequate to cover what it is that this current contract is authorized to cover and what's being reported to us as being covered.
Okay, thank you.
Excuse me, I have a question for you, Mr. Attorney General. Do you feel that it makes sense to proceed with these 3 initiatives now? Or do you think it would be advisable to not proceed and collect another year of data, given that 2020, is kind of not a good way, hopefully, to predict our needs going forward?
Well, so in light of the additional information about what 2020 looked like, and recognizing, by the way, and I want to make this clear, no problems at all with receivables, if you will. I mean, it really is all of the folks that are doing the outside counsel work in this area doing a great job. It really just was about how much it seemed to be costing in light of what the Attorney General's office could do. In light of the fact that we have a contract right now that runs through December 2021, I can't say that it's unreasonable to wait to determine that there actually would be cost savings here. Keeping in mind too that, since the firm is doing good work, removing, working them off of cases when they could just continue the cases may not be the best for the client. So I would certainly be receptive to the idea of waiting maybe to a supplemental budget or even an after session bill that focuses just on this to determine what 2021 looks like to see if we're going to achieve savings. I would point out, by the way, that even with the change, it still may cost less for the Attorney General's office to do it. It might just be by $10,000, $20,000, based on what was reported over the last 5 years. So I hope that was responsive to your question.
Yeah, you did respond to my question, and I guess that's my concern as well, having listened to the sort of second look at the expenses for 2019 and knowing that, but for the pandemic, we would have had a second year of really contemporaneous information to look at, and we just don't have good information about what the savings would be.
If I may correct myself in real time too, to Representative Moriarty's point, it does appear that Tucker Law Group actually has an office in Caribou. So it may be that my handwritten notes were not the coastal. I'm questioning whether or not coastal Maine was the correct place, because Tucker Law Group has offices in Bangor, Portland, and Caribou. It certainly seems to fit much more into the northern Maine representation, not coastal.
Committee members, I'm going to stop screen sharing for just one moment, but I did want to walk us through. So this is the attorney position is 397. The paralegal position is 399. It's giving people a moment to look at these figures. And then the secretary legal position is 401. And so can we discuss as a committee, and now I'm going to stop screen sharing just because it's hard to have a conversation. Committee members, is there a feeling among us that we should, do folks have concerns about moving forward with this initiative in light of that the cost savings are much lower than initially we thought that they might be when the budget was first formulated? Representative Libby?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would prefer to see another year of data that is not a year of a pandemic before proceeding with this item. All three.
Other committee members wish to weigh in? Thank you. I'm not seeing any other thoughts. Attorney General, do you have a preference? And this is your department. You would be retaining a new person with a new attorney with uncertainty about the bottom line cost savings?
So we are receiving excellent services right now. This revised, the 2020 numbers being finalized certainly makes me less confident about my representations as to what the savings are going to be. To the extent that I'm asking the legislature to make a decision based on my representations, I think I might feel more comfortable if we had a little bit more time to see how that sort of worked out. So this is my way of expressing that it probably makes sense to get a little bit more experiential data to see where this ends up once we get back to post-pandemic life, whatever that looks like. Because I don't even know what that's going to look like. It's entirely probable that some of the savings that were achieved in 2020 because of remote participation may continue to be realized even post-pandemic, right? So, you know, we might find that there are savings that are generated just by the way in which work is done post-pandemic.
Yes, point well taken. Is the committee ready for a vote? I see that Representative Moriarty has his hand raised. Go ahead.
Thanks very much. In light of the Attorney General's comment a moment ago, I would like to join with Representative Libby in concurring that another year of data would be useful. I can easily see post-pandemic that many of the legal functions, such as mediation in particular, may remain remote quite easily, but that actual hearings, testimonial hearings, will likely resume on an in-person basis. So that the administrative law judges can make better assessments of credibility and other key issues in deciding cases, just as judges on the bench will be doing. So if there's some question about the extent of savings, I certainly weigh in favor of some additional time to see how it pans out.
Is the committee ready for a vote on, we'll take these one by one, but on these three initiatives? Looks like we are. So I'm going to enter screen sharing just so that it's crystal clear what we're voting on. And so the first initiative that pertains to workers' compensation is Initiative 397. And would our committee clerk, Ms. Panett, would you call the roll, please?
Be happy to, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
Senator Carney.
No.
Senator Carney votes no. Senator Sanborn. Senator Kime. Representative Harnett.
No.
Representative Harnett votes no. Representative Babbage.
No.
Representative, Madam Chair, I can't see members when we're screen sharing. I apologize. Thank you so much. Representative Babbage votes no. Representative Galgay-Reckett. Representative Moriarty.
No.
Representative Moriarty votes no. Representative Sheehan.
No.
Representative Sheehan votes no. Representative Hagan. Representative Downs.
No.
Representative Downs votes no. Representative Libby.
No.
Representative Libby votes no. Representative Poirier.
No.
Representative Poirier votes no. Representative Evangelos.
No.
Representative Evangelos votes no. Representative Newell.
No.
Representative Newell votes no. Senator Sanborn. Senator Sanborn is absent. Senator Kime. Senator Kime is absent. Representative Galgay-Reckett. Representative Galgay-Reckett is absent. Representative Hagan. Representative Hagan is absent. 10 members voting in the affirmative, 4 in the negative. Oh, excuse me, none in the negative. My apologies. No members voting in the affirmative, 10 members voting in the negative, and 4 members are absent.
Thank you very much. I'm going to screen share so that we can just all focus on the second. The next item, which is 399, this is the paralegal position that is connected to the workers' comp attorney position that we just voted no on. And with that, Ms. Panett, would you like to take the roll?
Yes, I would. Thank you. Senator Carney.
No.
Senator Carney votes no. Senator Sanborn. Senator Kime. Representative Harnett.
No.
Representative Harnett votes no. Representative Babbage.
No.
Representative Babbage votes no. Representative Galgay-Reckett. Representative Moriarty. Representative Moriarty.
My fault. No. Sorry.
No problem. Representative Moriarty votes no. Representative Sheehan.
No.
Representative Sheehan votes no. Representative Hagan. Representative Downs.
No.
Representative Downs votes no. Representative Libby.
No.
Representative Libby votes no. Representative Poirier.
No.
Representative Poirier votes no. Representative Evangelos.
No.
Representative Evangelos votes no. Representative Newell.
No.
Representative Newell votes no. Senator Sanborn. Senator Sanborn is absent. Senator Kime. Senator Kime is absent. Representative Galgay-Reckett. Representative Galgay-Reckett is absent. Representative Hagan. Representative Hagan is absent. 0 members voted in the affirmative, 10 members voted in the negative, and 4 members were absent.
Thank you very much. And now we'll move on to, oh shoot, I just lost my, my screen sharing isn't working. So give me just a moment. Well, I can describe it. We will move on to Initiative 401, which is the legal secretary position related to the workers' comp work. And Ms. Panett, you can call the roll whenever you are ready.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Senator Carney.
No.
Senator Carney votes no. Senator Sanborn. Senator Kime. Representative Harnett.
No.
Representative Harnett votes no. Representative Babbage.
No.
Representative Babbage votes no. Representative Galgay-Reckett. Representative Moriarty.
No.
Representative Moriarty votes no. Representative Sheehan.
No.
Representative Sheehan votes no. Representative Hagan. Representative Downs.
No.
Representative Downs votes no. Representative Libby.
No.
Representative Libby votes no. Representative Poirier.
No.
Representative Poirier votes no. Representative Evangelos.
No.
Representative Evangelos votes no. Representative Newell.
No.
Representative Newell votes no. Senator Sanborn. Senator Sanborn is absent. Senator Keim. Senator Keim is absent. Representative Galgay-Reckitt. Representative Galgay-Reckitt is absent. Representative Hagan. Representative Hagan is absent. 0 members voted in the affirmative. 10 members voted in the negative. 4 members were absent.
Thank you very much. Now we will move on to Initiative 403 and turn it back over to you, Mr. Attorney General.
Yes, thank you. It looks like, not to take it out of order, but 403, 404, and 405, I think are all related to the same thing. So it's the assessment on the OAG from the Office of Information Technology for rate increases, computer replacement, and other information technology needs. This is our ask to be able to meet what it is that we're being assessed.
Thank you very much. Committee members, are there any questions on items 403, 404, and 405? Not seeing any questions. I'm going to stop the screen share and ask our committee clerk to go ahead and do Representative Harnett, did you want to speak?
Thank you. Just a question, Madam Chair. Since these are related, is it permissible for us to take all 3 in a single vote? I'm just thinking about saving time.
Yes. Let's ask our analyst to weigh in on that. Peggy, do you have a?
I think that's fine if you're all on board with that, and you're comfortable all voting for these 3 as a package. Just to point out, the first one, 403, is general fund. The others are federal revenue, federal expenditures, and other special revenue. So those are authority to spend money should they get it through federal money or other special revenue. But the only general fund is 403.
Okay. Thank you very much. Representative Libby?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So my question was related to that, the sources of the expenditures, if we're going to be voting with them for them all together. And then I guess my other question is, as we saw in a previous line item for the Attorney General's office, they were assessing to collect the fees for the work they had done. Were these line items in the previous budget that they knew they'd be assessed for, or is this a brand new line item now that it is assessed for? Is that a confusing question? Sorry.
Yeah, I think I understand. So this would be, to the extent that there may have been a prior budget, it's not sufficient, the baseline's not sufficient to cover what it is that we're being assessed for the services that we're consuming, so or that we're being provided. And so this would be an example of what you might see, I guess, in another agency for OAG services, right? To the extent that we provide services to some other agency. We are given a bill by OIT. This is how much we are charging you for the services that you consume. You're required to get those services through us. So it's not, we don't have the existing budget to cover that, which is why we're asking for it.
And the source, if we're going to vote on all 3 potentially, the source for the Federal Expenditures Fund and the other Special Revenue Fund?
This is where I wish I had that friend to phone as to exactly because I'm not sure if this is matching. So for example, some of our AAGs are supported by federal dollars, right? So like, let's say, for example, with Child Protection Assistant Attorney Generals, there may be some mix of, general fund, federal funding that the state gets to provide services to protect children, I had understood this to be, since the OAG has pools of money that come in from general fund, other special revenue, federal grant, it's going to be pulled from all of these different areas to serve this particular budget section. I don't know that that's a very clear answer. At least I feel like it might not be, but it's since we have different pools of money for this practice area, we need this authorization to be able to pull from those resources to pay what OIT is billing us.
Okay, and so the total that I think, if my math is right, somewhere around 83,000, that is already billed, but will be split up over the biennium. So this is all services that have already occurred.
Well, it's services that that we are told we are going to be billed for. So, so I don't, since this is for the two, this is for the, it is over the biennium that these costs will be spread out.
Okay.
And we are being told that this is what we are going to be assessed. And so we're asking for those resources to be able to cover what we've been told is going to be assessed.
Thank you.
Committee members, I'm asking for a little direction as to whether you are comfortable voting for all three of these items as a suite. I'm seeing some thumbs up. Is there any, if you are opposed to doing it that way, please raise your electronic hand. Not seeing any. Representative Libby, would you like to do them individually? Okay. Ms. Panette, you can go ahead and begin with the roll call on 403, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Senator Carney.
Yes.
Senator Carney votes yes. Senator Sanborn. Senator Kime. Representative Harnett.
Yes.
Representative Harnett votes yes. Representative Babbage.
Apologize, yes.
Representative Babbage votes yes. Representative Galgay-Reckett. Representative Moriarty.
Yes.
Representative Moriarty votes yes. Representative Sheehan.
Yes.
Representative Sheehan votes yes. Representative Hagan. Representative Downs.
No.
Representative Downs votes no. Representative Libby.
No.
Representative Libby votes no. Representative Poirier.
No.
Representative Poirier votes no. Representative Evangelos.
Yes.
Representative Evangelos votes yes. Representative Newell.
Yes.
Representative Newell votes yes. Senator Sanborn. Senator Sanborn is absent. Senator Kime. Senator Kime is absent. Representative Galgay-Reckett. Representative Galgay-Reckett is absent. Representative Hagan. Representative Hagan is absent. Seven members voting in the affirmative, 3 members voting in the negative, and 4 members are absent.
Thank you very much. Is the committee ready to proceed for a vote on initiative 404? Not seeing any objections. So Ms. Panette, if you could please call the roll.
Senator Carney.
Yes.
Senator Carney votes yes. Senator Sanborn. Senator Kime. Representative Harnett.
Yes.
Representative Harnett votes yes. Representative Babbage.
Yes.
Representative Babbage votes yes. Representative Galgay-Reckett. Representative Sheehan, Representative Moriarty.
Yes.
Representative Moriarty votes yes. Representative Sheehan.
Yes.
Representative Sheehan votes yes. Representative Hagan. Representative Downs.
Yes.
Representative Downs votes yes. Representative Libby.
Yes.
Representative Libby votes yes. Representative Poirier.
Yes.
Representative Poirier votes yes. Representative Evangelos.
Yes.
Representative Evangelos votes yes. Representative Newell.
Yes.
Representative Newell votes yes. Senator Sanborn. Senator Sanborn is absent. Senator Kime. Senator Kime is absent. Representative Galgay-Reckett. Representative Galgay-Reckett is absent. Representative Hagan. Representative Hagan is absent. 10 members voting in the affirmative, 0 members voting in the negative, 4 members are absent.
Thank you very much. Is the committee ready to vote on initiative 405? Not seeing any objection. Ms. Panett, could you please call the roll?
I would be happy to. Senator Carney.
Yes.
Senator Carney votes yes. Senator Sanborn. Senator Keim. Representative Harnett.
Yes.
Representative Harnett votes yes. Representative Babbage.
Yes.
Representative Babbage votes yes. Representative Galgay-Reckett. Representative Moriarty.
Yes.
Representative Moriarty votes yes. Representative Sheehan.
Yes.
Representative Sheehan votes yes. Representative Hagan. Representative Downs.
Yes.
Representative Downs votes yes. Representative Libby.
Yes.
Representative Libby votes yes. Representative Poirier.
Yes.
Representative Poirier votes yes. Representative Evangelos.
Yes.
Representative Evangelos votes yes. Representative Newell.
Yes.
Representative Newell votes yes. Senator Sanborn. Senator Sanborn is absent. Senator Keim. Senator Keim is absent. Representative Galgay-Reckett. Representative Galgay-Reckett is absent. Representative Hagan. Representative Hagan is absent. 10 members voting in the affirmative, 0 members voting in the negative, 4 members were absent.
Thank you very much. I believe the next initiative is on page 4, is initiative 424. Is that correct, Mr. Attorney General?
Yes, that is reference 424 with the Chief Medical Examiner's Office. If I may, 2 things. One, there was a question that Representative Evangelos had asked about this particular reference, reducing one-time funding for contract services by disencumbering a contract for autopsy services. I did confirm that the facility that is not allowing the autopsies is Cary Medical Center, and the retiring forensic pathologist is a Dr. Porter. So that's the answer to the question that had been asked at the public hearing. Also, I think members probably have seen that we do have Dr. Mark Flomenbaum, who's the Chief Medical Examiner, on, and the person who deals with managing the office, Lindsay Chasteen, is also on. So to the extent that there may be some questions about what's going on over at the OCME relating to these initiatives, I just want to maybe shift the spotlight to them if the chairs believe that's appropriate.
Representative Evangelos, did you have a question?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Attorney General, thank you. I also asked if Margaret Greenwald was still employed in some capacity in your agency.
Yes, yes, thank you for that. So there is a contract with Dr. Greenwald to provide autopsy services. I think that probably either Dr. Flomenbaum or Lindsay Chasteen, who I wanted to make sure we're on this call, would be able to talk more about what that involves. But thank you for that reminder. Yes, there is a present contract with Dr. Greenwald.
And do you know when she came back to work in Maine?
I'd have to defer. I'd have to defer to the either the Chief Medical Examiner or Ms. Chasteen to talk about that, about the length of that contract and what it involves. So
I just maybe if while we're going over the rest of the material, if they could get an answer as to when she reassumed duties here, the medical examiner's office. I'll explain why later. Thank you.
Is there a particular initiative related to her services, Attorney General?
Not that there's not an initiative that I'm aware of, but again, to the extent that I relied, so the OAG, we have an umbrella budget for the OCME and for the district attorneys. To the extent that we have folks from the OCME who might be able to better identify if there's a specific initiative that touches upon those contracts, I guess I'd ask that they be allowed to answer.
And So let's wrap,
Oh, but Madam Chair, just, wouldn't it come under personnel services?
yeah, okay, then we'll wait until we get to a little bit further down in the initiatives. Attorney General Fry, could you please speak to Initiative 424?
Yes, so that 424, as I had started out, there had been the recognition of some savings.
Oh, yeah, actually, you just addressed it with us, and I'm sorry, I was losing my place in the document. So I think you've covered that. Are there any questions on the part of committee members about 424? Okay, is the committee ready to vote? Ms. Panett, would you like to call the roll?
Would, thank you. Senator Carney.
Yes.
Senator Carney votes yes. Senator Sanborn. Senator Keim. Representative Harnett.
Yes.
Representative Harnett votes yes. Representative Babbage.
Yes.
Representative Babbage votes yes. Representative Galgay-Reckett. Representative Moriarty.
Yes.
Representative Moriarty votes yes. Representative Sheehan.
Yes.
Representative Sheehan votes yes. Representative Hagan. Representative Downs.
Yes.
Representative Downs votes yes. Representative Libby.
Yes.
Representative Libby votes yes. Representative Poirier.
Yes.
Representative Poirier votes yes. Representative Evangelos.
Yes.
Representative Evangelos votes yes. Representative Newell.
Yes.
Representative Newell votes yes. Senator Sanborn. Senator Sanborn is absent. Senator Keim. Senator Keim is absent. Representative Galgay-Reckett. Representative Galgay-Reckett is absent. Representative Hagan. Representative Hagan is absent. 10 members voting in the affirmative, 0 members voting in the negative, and 4 members are absent.
Thank you very much, Ms. Panett. I just wanted to call to committee members' attention that the next 2 initiatives are also essentially returning funds. They're initiatives 425 and 426. Just going to show them to everybody and ask if we can just agree to vote on those together. So hang on a second. So it's 425, returning a leased vehicle, and 426 is reducing funding for cell phone services. Are committee members in agreement on voting on these together? Not seeing any objections. Ms. Panett, could you please call the roll?
Again, Senator Carney.
Yes.
Senator Carney votes yes. Senator Sanborn. Senator Keim. Representative Harnett.
Yes.
Representative Harnett votes yes. Representative Babbage.
Yes.
Representative Babbage votes yes. Representative Galgay-Reckett. Representative Moriarty.
Yes.
Representative Moriarty votes yes. Representative Sheehan.
Yes.
Representative Sheehan votes yes. Representative Hagan. Representative Downs.
Yes.
Representative Downs votes yes. Representative Libby.
Yes.
Representative Libby votes yes. Representative Poirier.
Yes.
Representative Poirier votes yes. Representative Evangelos.
Yes.
Representative Evangelos votes yes. Representative Newell.
Yes.
Representative Newell votes yes. Senator Sanborn. Senator Sanborn is absent. Senator Keim. Senator Keim is absent. Representative Galgay-Reckett. Representative Galgay-Reckett is absent. Representative Hagan. Representative Hagan is absent. 10 members voting in the affirmative, 0 members voting in the negative, 4 members are absent.
Thank you. And that's both on 425 and 426, right?
That is correct.
Thank you very much. I'm going to screen share our next initiative and ask the Attorney General to walk us through that, please. And to the extent that initiatives are related, let's try to group them together for votes when we can. So believe we're on 427.
Yes, thank you. I'm not sure that this is related to anything anything else. What my understanding of this is, it relates to approved overtime for medical examiner assistant positions. I don't understand these to be related to Dr. Greenwald's work. I guess if I could ask the chair if perhaps some more detailed information on what exactly this might mean from either Dr. Flummenbaum or Ms. Chasteen. They might be able to provide more than what I can provide.
Okay, go. Yeah, that's fine.
Hi, this is Lindsay Chasteen, Office Administrator at the Office of Chief Medical Examiner. So this initiative is to increase the budgeted in financial ability to pay overtime and standby pay for our 2 medical examiner assistant positions. These are the individuals that assist the forensic pathologist with all autopsies, whether that occurs during business hours or over the weekends. And by union contract, we must pay either a premium overtime rate, and there had been discussion within labor management committee meetings on the ability to pay standby pay, because when they are assigned a weekend, it is the expectation that they be available to perform come into the office and perform an autopsy at any moment. So that's what this initiative is hopefully funding.
Thank you very much. Committee members, are there any questions about this initiative? Representative Evangelos?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Attorney General, I'm not sure it was in this capacity, but wasn't Dr. Greenwald involved in Roger Feltus's autopsy and as a standby medical examiner?
I'm sorry, Representative Evangelos, could you please repeat that question for me?
I wanted to know if Dr. Margaret Greenwald was a standby medical examiner in the autopsy of Roger Feltus.
I'm not sure that that is pertinent to that sounds like a personnel matter rather than an issue related specifically to this line item of the budget.
Well, am I going to get a chance to get my question answered somewhere along this process?
Are you able to answer the question, Attorney General Fry?
I don't have that recall, but I can send that question out and hopefully have an answer by the end of my time with the committee today. Because I'm happy to answer the question. I just don't remember.
Okay, yeah, if you could please get us an answer to the question.
Madam Chair, I just had a question of clarification. On the next page, page 7, we will be voting on the overall budget, right, including personnel services, or are these just these line by line items?
You're asking on page 7, I'm just looking at the document now.
This on general fund, it says personnel services.
Does it have I'm just trying to follow where
I don't see a reference number. I just see Office of
I see, so it's not an initiative.
So
Yeah,
at some point, I want to get an answer to my question, and I want to explain to the committee why I'm asking it. It's relevant to the Chief Medical Examiner's office.
okay, why don't you do that right now, please?
Well, I want to find out the date in which Dr. Greenwald came back to work for the Maine Medical Examiner's office. If I can get the answer to that question, then I can proceed with the rest of my questions on it.
Oh, I see. You need the information before you can provide us with the follow-up.
Well, I'd like to know what date she came back to work for us, because, and then I'm able to explain. If they're not able to provide me with a date, then I'll proceed. Does Dr. Flummenbaum or the Attorney General have that information for me?
Well, maybe that either Dr. Flummenbaum or Ms. Chasteen will. I did just receive from Ms. Chastain, that it does appear that Greenwald may have been the providing the on-call medical examiner services for the Roger Feltus autopsy. So that's the answer to that question that I just received from the OCME.
As far as, if I may answer, as far as when she actually started working, after she retired as chief medical examiner and I took over, she has always been available as a contract worker from the day she left. The contract workers is basically covering autopsy when the chief or deputy chief was not available. And we had a 9-month period after she resigned when I had no deputy chief. So although she was no longer chief, she had been working in the office continuously as a contractor since she retired.
I have no objections to you having an assistant, but I guess, Madam Chair, I'll take up my issue right now then, with your permission.
Yeah, that would be helpful. Go ahead.
You know, most of the committee members probably aren't aware, but we had one of the biggest scandals in the history of my state under the direction of Dr. Margaret Greenwald, when nearly 100 brains were stolen from the deceased persons who were secured at the medical examiner's office, and they were sold without the knowledge of the people who had control. I just find it incredibly hard to believe that this person continues to work for the state. This is a very, very well documented case. It involved class action lawsuits, which the class ended up collapsing, and they threw all the victims to the wolves, and they had to hire individual lawyers. But the facts are that Dr. Greenwald ran the main medical examiner's office and a subcontractor employee while these brains were stolen without the permission of the relatives and sold for $1,000 a piece. And I just don't know how we can have these kind of people working for us after this kind of, just horrible circumstances. The damaged, hundreds and hundreds of people were damaged in this. You get notified at the time by the Attorney General's office that, whoops, your dad's name was on the list. His brain was stolen without permission, and we're very sorry. It was sold to the Stanley Medical Center in Maryland. So I'm having a real hard time with this, that she's working for us. So, I mean, obviously I want to support, the work that has to be done to support our courts, but how in the world can we continue to employ people like this? I'm at a loss. I'm sorry. Thank you for allowing me that.
Yeah, thank you for bringing up in the context of our budget work. And at this point, I think we're going to continue to work our way through the budget, understanding that may inform your vote on some items. And thank you for explaining that to us. Representative Libby.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My question with number 427, it's a few pieces. So this is a line item that may or may not be paid, is my understanding. So correct that if that's wrong. And so my question would be, is this paying an hourly rate for when they're on call? What is this exactly? Just could use some clarification there. Thank you.
This is Lindsay Chastain, Office Administrator again. Great question. And to clarify, where it mentions premium overtime, that is time and a half as dictated by the union contract. And the standby pay is 16% of the base hourly rate.
I'm sorry, I missed that percentage.
16.
Okay, thank you. And do you have the information for what has been paid out in this area in previous budgets?
Not on hand, but I can certainly get that.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Are members of the committee ready to vote on this item? And again, it is item, concerned that I've lost my place here. Hold on just a second. I believe this is item 427. I'm looking to the committee. Are committee members ready to vote?
Yes.
Let's, Supi, you may proceed with calling the vote.
Thank you. Senator Carney.
Yes.
Senator Carney votes yes. Senator Sanborn. Senator Keim. Representative Harnett.
Yes.
Representative Harnett votes yes. Representative Babbage.
Yes.
Representative Babbage votes yes. Representative Galgay-Reckett. Representative Moriarty.
Yes.
Representative Moriarty votes yes. Representative Sheehan.
Yes.
Representative Sheehan votes yes. Representative Hagan. Representative Downs.
No.
Representative Downs votes no. Representative Libby.
No.
Representative Libby votes no. Representative Poirier.
No.
Representative Poirier votes no. Representative Evangelos.
No.
Representative Evangelos votes no. Representative Newell. Senator Sanborn. Senator Sanborn is absent. Senator Keim. Senator Keim is absent. Representative Galgay-Reckett. Representative Galgay-Reckett is absent. Representative Hagan. Representative Hagan is absent. Representative Newell. Representative
Yes.
Newell- I'm sorry, thank you. Representative Newell votes yes. 6 members voting in the affirmative, 4 members voting in the negative, and 4 members are absent.
Thank you very much. We'll move on to initiatives 428 and 429. Those initiatives are both related to technology needs, and I can share the screen with committee members. I don't know that we need any input from the Attorney General on this. Are committee members willing to vote on 428 and 429 as a group? Seeing some head nods. So does anybody object to voting on them as a group? Representative Libby? Are you just objecting?
Apologies. I just would prefer to vote on them separately, please.
Okay. Supi, could you please call the roll on 428?
I would be happy to, thank you. Senator Carney.
Yes.
Senator Carney votes yes. Senator Sanborn. Senator Keim. Representative Harnett.
Yes.
Representative Harnett votes yes. Representative Babbage.
Yes.
Representative Babbage votes yes. Representative Galgay-Reckett. Representative Moriarty.
Yes.
Representative Moriarty votes yes. Representative Sheehan.
Yes.
Representative Sheehan votes yes. Representative Hagan. Representative Downs.
No.
Representative Downs votes no. Representative Libby.
No.
Representative Libby votes no. Representative Poirier.
No.
Representative Poirier votes no. Representative Evangelos.
Yes.
Representative Evangelos votes yes. Representative Newell.
Yes.
Representative Newell votes yes. Senator Sanborn. Senator Sanborn is absent. Senator Keim. Senator Keim is absent. Representative Galgay-Reckett. Representative Galgay-Reckett is absent. Representative Hagan. Representative Hagan is absent. 7 members voting in the affirmative, 3 members voting in the negative, and 4 members are absent.
Thank you very much, Ms. Panett. Let's move on to 429.
Roll. Senator Carney.
Yes.
Senator Carney votes yes. Senator Sanborn. Senator Keim. Representative Harnett.
Yes.
Representative Harnett votes yes. Representative Babbage.
Yes.
Representative Babbage votes yes. Representative Galgay-Reckett. Representative Moriarty.
Yes.
Representative Moriarty votes yes. Representative Sheehan.
Yes.
Representative Sheehan votes yes. Representative Hagan. Representative Downs.
Yes.
Representative Downs votes yes. Representative Libby.
Yes.
Representative Libby votes yes. Representative Poirier.
Yes.
Representative Poirier votes yes. Representative Evangelos.
Yes.
Representative Evangelos votes yes. Representative Newell.
Yes.
Representative Newell votes yes. Senator Sanborn. Senator Sanborn is absent. Senator Keim. Senator Keim is absent. Representative Galgay-Reckett. Representative Galgay-Reckett is absent. Representative Hagan. Representative Hagan is absent. 10 members voting in the affirmative, 0 members in the negative, 4 members are absent.
Thank you very much. We're going to move on to Initiative 376. This is a technology needs initiative. Does any member of the committee have questions for the Attorney General? Not seeing any questions. Let's vote on this initiative. Ms. Panett, would you like to do the roll?
I would, thank you.
Thank you.
Senator Carney.
Yes.
Senator Carney votes yes. Senator Sanborn. Senator Keim. Representative Harnett.
Yes.
Representative Harnett votes yes. Representative Babbage.
Yes.
Representative Babbage votes yes. Representative Galgay-Reckett. Representative Moriarty.
Yes.
Representative Moriarty votes yes. Representative Sheehan.
Yes.
Representative Sheehan votes yes. Representative Hagan. Representative Downs.
No.
Representative Downs votes no. Representative Libby.
No.
Representative Libby votes no. Representative Poirier.
No.
Representative Poirier votes no. Representative Evangelos.
Yes.
Representative Evangelos votes yes. Representative Newell.
Yes.
Representative Newell votes yes. Senator Sanborn. Senator Sanborn is absent. Senator Keim. Senator Keim is absent. Representative Galgay-Reckett. Representative Galgay-Reckett is absent. Representative Hagan. Representative Hagan is absent. 7 members voting in the affirmative, 3 members voting in the negative, and 4 members are absent.
Thank you very much. I'm going to turn the committee's attention to our next item, which is 443. This similarly is a technology need that is related to the Fund for Healthy Maine. I've displayed it on the screen, asking committee members if you're ready for a vote on this item. It's 443. Not seeing any objection. And Ms. Panett, could you please call the roll?
I will, thank you. Senator Carney.
Yes.
Senator Carney votes yes. Senator Sanborn. Senator Keim. Representative Harnett.
Yes.
Representative Harnett votes yes. Representative Babbage.
Yes.
Representative Babbage votes yes. Representative Galgay-Reckett. Representative Moriarty.
Yes.
Representative Moriarty votes yes. Representative Sheehan.
Yes.
Representative Sheehan votes yes. Representative Hagan. Representative Downs.
No.
Representative Downs votes no. Representative Libby.
Yes.
Representative Libby votes yes. Representative Poirier.
No.
Representative Poirier votes no. Representative Evangelos.
Yes.
Representative Evangelos votes yes. Representative Newell.
Yes.
Representative Newell votes yes. Senator Sanborn. Senator Sanborn is absent. Senator Keim. Senator Keim is absent. Representative Galgay-Reckett. Representative Galgay-Reckett is absent. Representative Hagan. Representative Hagan is absent. 8 members voting in the affirmative, 2 members voting in the negative, and 4 members are absent.
Thank you very much. I think our next initiative, and please correct me if I'm wrong, either Peggy or Mr. Attorney General, is 432. Is that correct?
I believe so.
Great. I'm going to screen share. And Mr. Attorney General, if you could briefly address this.
Yes, thank you. So this is a support position that we are requesting be made permanent. So our child support division and child protection division will share positions, and because of the pressure that has been created by the increased workload for the child protection division, that led to a support position needing to go from 50-50, 50 child support, 50 child protective, turning that into a full 100%, using that full 100% with child protection, that left this need for child support to keep their 50. There was a financial order that had been approved for the short term, to get through a budget period. We are asking that the legislature make permanent this this position, this part-time position that's dedicated specifically to child support, making up for what it is that they had lost because of the need to shift focus on child protection.
Thank you very much. Is initiative 433 related to 432, or are they separate?
They are separate.
Okay, so I see a couple of questions on 432. Representative Moriarty, go ahead.
Thank you very much. I'm just not clear whether the position is to become permanent part-time or switch from part-time to full-time.
I do. Nora Sosnoff, who's the chief of my child protection division, may be able to help provide some clarity on this, given that she was on the other half of the decision-making process about how to do this. Nora, not to put you on the hot seat, I don't know if you can help me clarify what this functionally is going to mean.
And specifically, the question was whether it was to become permanent. Is that right?
Well, almost. It's described as a part-time position now. It was said that it would become a permanent position. And so I'm just wondering for clarification, is it permanent part-time or switching from part-time to full-time?
I do not know the answer because it's in a different division. It's in child support. What had happened was that there was a split, one paralegal split between two divisions. I believe this is a permanent part-time to restore half a paralegal that moved into child protection. There was a work.
Okay. But the actual person maybe is also doing work in another, we don't know about the specific person. Is that what you're saying?
Right. The person is only working in child support. And so I'm sorry, I don't know whether they're full-time or part-time.
It's my understanding that we have a financial order position right now, which is only able to be open for a finite period of time. That allows the OAG to come to the legislature to ask that it be made permanent. We have taken 50%, just in terms of the workload, we have had to basically take that split position, turn it full-time, and I believe that's going to be addressed in a different initiative as well. This creates a permanent half of a FTE, half of a position for the child support division to provide the support services.
Did you have an additional question, a follow-up, Representative Moriarty?
Just to make a quick statement, Madam Chair, I'm not sure that I fully understand the lay of the land and the assignment of responsibilities, but on the assumption that COVID has had as yet an undetermined impact upon the need for child support services, I'm prepared to vote in favor of the item.
Thank you. Representative Libby, go ahead with your question.
Thank you. My question was just in regards to, you saw that it says here, increases in child protective cases filed in court. And then is that increases, was that in 2020? Was that in a previous year to that, 2019? When is that in reference to?
So there has been a a ticking up over the last number of years of children being taken into care, in cases being filed. And so
Did
to
that
give you-
trend
to-
continue in 2020, I guess is my question.
Oh, okay. So, right. So the workload has been increasing. Going by children taken into state care, which AAGs support the Department of Office of Child and Family Services. We've seen it in July of 2018, there were 1,700 children in care. On January 1st of this year, so that's a year and a half, 2 years later, we're up to 2,279 children in care. And so that appears to be an increase of about 500 children in care in only a 2-year period. Those numbers don't correlate very well with the number of cases, because, you know, a mother might have 2 children, 3 children, 1 child, right? So that's why I go with the children in care, because in terms of the AG's office providing support for the caseworkers, for the department, and helping manage how that child best gets to a permanency position, whether it be reunification, termination, something else. Those are the numbers I think that best describe that increase in attention that child protection has had to provide for the Office of Child and Family Services.
Thank you.
Other questions about Initiative 432? Ms. Panett, thank you for answering our questions, Ms. Sosnoff and Attorney General. Ms. Panett, could you please call the roll on this initiative?
Chair. Senator Carney.
Yes.
Senator Carney votes yes. Senator Sanborn. Senator Keim. Representative Harnett.
Yes.
Representative Harnett votes yes. Representative Babbage.
Yes.
Representative Babbage votes yes. Representative Galgay-Reckett. Representative Moriarty.
Yes.
Representative Moriarty votes yes. Representative Sheehan.
Yes.
Representative Sheehan votes yes. Representative Hagan. Representative Downs.
Yes.
Representative Downs votes yes. Representative Libby.
No.
Representative Libby votes no. Representative Poirier.
No.
Representative Poirier votes no. Representative Evangelos.
Yes.
Representative Evangelos votes yes. Representative Newell.
Yes.
Representative Newell votes yes. Senator Sanborn. Senator Sanborn is absent. Senator Keim. Senator Keim is absent. Representative Galgay-Reckett. Representative Galgay-Reckett is absent. Representative Hagan. Representative Hagan is absent. 8 members voted in the affirmative, 2 members voted in the negative, and 4 members are absent.
Thank you very much. I'm just going to take a moment here to check in with our analyst, Peggy, and how many more initiatives roughly do we have in the Attorney General section of the budget?
4, 5. 5.
Okay, and I think that's going to take us a fair amount of time. So at this point, I think it makes sense to take an hour lunch break. Is that acceptable to committee members? And Attorney General Fry, are you able to return in an hour at 1?
I am at the committee service.
We really appreciate your accommodating our schedule today, and thank you very much. Representative Evangelos, did you have a question?
Yes, I did. Thank you, Madam Chair. So besides finishing up with the Attorney General's office, we have Commission on Indigent Legal and anything else, or?
That would be those 2.
You have Human Rights Commission.
Maine Human Rights Commission. That's
and you actually also have Part KK, which is language that wasn't brought up in the public hearing with appropriations.
Okay, so we only have 5 initiatives left to vote on for the AG's office.
Yes.
I'd rather do the 5 and then break, but that's just me.
Okay, let's do a show of hands. Committee members, if you would like to do these 5 initiatives with the Attorney General's office before our break, please raise your hand.
It doesn't matter.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Seeing 5 hands raised and 1, 2, 3, 4 not. So I think the 5 raised hands wins, and so we'll plow through. And we just ask committee members to be focused in your questions, and we will proceed through, and then we'll take a break. So I'm going to get the next initiative up on our screen. And Attorney General, are you okay to keep doing the next 5 without a break?
Fine with me. I just hope folks aren't too hungry and it impacts upon how they feel about my budget. But no, of course I'm available. And so is Norris Osnoff, who I think will be helpful on some of these other initiatives.
All right. So return to the initiatives. And I believe we are at 434. Could you please speak briefly to this, Attorney General?
Wait, did you skip 433? I'm sorry to interrupt.
I may have. I sure did. Thank you.
Sorry.
No need to apologize. You're keeping us on track, which is much appreciated. Okay, so initiative 433, and if it's connected to 434, if it makes sense to speak to both of them, that's fine as well, Attorney General.
Thank you. 433 is on its own, and this is the OIT rate increase assessment.
Thank you very much. Committee members, are we ready to vote on this initiative? Not seeing any objections. So Ms. Panett, could you please call the roll?
Yes, Madam Chair, thank you very much. Senator Carney.
Yes.
Senator Carney votes yes. Senator Sanborn. Senator Keim. Representative Harnett.
Yes.
Representative Harnett votes yes. Representative Babbage.
Yes.
Representative Babbage votes yes. Representative Galgay-Reckett. Representative Moriarty.
Yes.
Representative Moriarty votes yes. Representative Sheehan. Audio.
Yes.
Thank you. Representative Sheehan votes yes. Representative Hagan. Representative Downs.
No.
Representative Downs votes no. Representative Libby.
No.
Representative Libby votes no. Representative Poirier.
No.
Representative Poirier votes no. Representative Evangelos.
Yes.
Representative Evangelos votes yes. Representative Newell.
Yes.
Representative Newell votes yes. Senator Sanborn. Senator Sanborn is absent. Senator Keim. Senator Keim is absent. Representative Galgay-Reckett. Representative Galgay-Reckett is absent. Representative Hagan. Representative Hagan is absent. Seven members voting in the affirmative, 3 members voting in the negative, 4 members are absent.
Thank you very much. We'll move on to the next initiative, the one I tried to do earlier, 434. Mr. Attorney General, you have the floor.
Yes, thank you. So I would point out that while it may make sense to vote on them separately, 434 and initiative 435 are really making the same type of ask, and that is for Assistant Attorney General positions that connect to the child protection work that we do. So 434 in particular is asking that the legislature approve the making permanent a financial order position that we presently have for an Assistant Attorney General to help manage the cases that the Child Protection Division is managing. 435 is also asking for a, oh, I'm sorry, I got those reversed. 435 is the financial alert position. 434 is the new position. Both positions are to address the workload that child protection has seen due to an increased number of children in care, an increase in the short term of child protection cases, and in the need for attorneys to be able to provide the services to the Office of Child and Family Services that are expected. I think I mentioned in response to a question from Representative Libby earlier about what we've seen for the increase in children in care in just a short term, to also reflect it through case filings, which again, it's not apples to apples since children in care don't necessarily match up with cases. But just as another indicator, if you look at the courts data in fiscal year 16, there were 877 child protection cases in the district court. In fiscal year 20, it was 1,222 child protection cases. So we have, that's just, in a 5-year period, we've seen cases go up to about 400. That really started increasing in fiscal year 19. So basically 2018, 19 into 20, we saw this increase. We attribute that in part because of increased resources that have been provided to child protection, to the Office of Child and Family Services. They received a number of caseworker positions. There were also some increased attention to how child protection services were being administered during the course of that time. To the extent that committees have specific questions about sort of the dynamic nature of what the work is like and what AAGs are required to do on a daily basis, why this request is there, as has already been introduced, Nora Sosnoff, who's my division chief for Child Protection Services, is on. She's in daily contact with her AAGs around the state and may be able to answer questions about this need in a more complete way than what I might be able to provide.
Committee members, is there additional information that you need before we proceed to a vote on 434? Representative Libby, you may proceed.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. My question has to do with the separation of the various pieces of this issue. So DHHS is obviously handling the hands-on protective services issues that we have here in our state. I am extremely concerned by the increase in cases that necessitate additional staff positions. And I understand the need for more staff, but on the other hand, it also would be nice if this committee could hear what is being done in our state to address the root issues speaking to this problem, rather than just the positions in the Attorney General's office. I guess that's, we can keep throwing staff at it, but what is being addressed to the root cause?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I do appreciate your concerns on that topic, Representative Libby. There is, there's the potential for you as a legislator certainly to explore that further, and in particular to check in with people within the Department of Health and Human Services and also members of the Health and Human Services Committee. I think that to take a deep dive into that in the context of determining the needs of the Attorney General's office in the context of a budget hearing, it's probably not the right place to do that information gathering exercise. And if you wanted to speak with me later this evening or some other time, I can help direct you to some resources that I think would help you understand that arena better, because it is a concern to me as well. And I'd be happy to share with you my thoughts on how to gather more information.
Thank you. I will take you up on that, Madam Chair. Great. And I will say that does affect my vote but I do understand that there's an appropriate time to gather that information. Thank you.
Thank you for understanding. Representative Moriarty?
Mr. Attorney General, can you determine if the spike is partly related to the pandemic?
I want to ask Nora about that because candidly, my expectations for how the pandemic was going to impact these case numbers does not seem to have played out. I thought that isolation, we saw a significant increase in alcohol sales, right? So just like different factors that we track and, when these cases sort of develop. On the other hand, we didn't have children going to school where there might be mandatory reporters, medical services weren't being accessed as often. So I think they may have stayed somewhat level, but I haven't seen Nora nodding affirmatively or negatively. So perhaps she can provide some more information on that.
I believe that you'll all recall there was an increased focus on child protection services in 2018, 2019, quite a bit of scrutiny, and there was a lot more public awareness, and the intake volume went up. So the phone line that answers when somebody reports suspected child abuse or neglect, that's central intake at DHHS. It's a 24-hour line. There was a real spike. I don't have that precise data. DHHS keeps about that, but there was a real spike in 2019. Child protection work never stopped during the pandemic. DHHS social workers continued to go out into the field being people's homes. Even though kids were not in school and recreational activities and places that children might be, the reporting went down a little bit, particularly at the beginning when there was more stay-at-home orders, but reporting has remained high, and intake services have become even more accessible. There was improvements in how those phone lines are handled. So many more reports were coming in, and when reports come in, that triggers assessments being child protection caseworkers going out to see families in their residences. And throughout the pandemic, these cases continued in court. Many proceedings as could be remote were remote, but much of it continued in person. And so this has been an area that has not slept. It has probably held more level in 2020 rather than spiking up the way that it did in 2019. OCFS, or Office of Child and Family Services, has a dashboard, and that dashboard contains a lot of this data, and it's publicly available. So, and shows you where these children are throughout the state by county as well.
Thank you very much. Representative Harnett?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And this is a question for either the Attorney General or Ms. Sosnoff. Just getting back to these positions, am I correct that we have found that the Assistant Attorneys General doing this work for the state of Maine are handling 66% more cases than recommended by the American Bar Association? Is that what is driving this primarily?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Are there other questions on the part of committee members? Not seeing any. Is the committee ready to vote? I would ask committee members, so the Attorney General has addressed both 434 and 435. I think I'm on the right numbers. Do committee members want to, if you're willing to cast votes on these at the same time, please raise your hand. Looks like everybody is. Okay, so Supi, if you could please call the roll. And again, we are voting on initiatives 434 and 435.
Senator Carney.
Yes on both.
Senator Carney votes yes. Senator Sanborn. Senator Kime. Representative Harnett.
Yes on both.
Thank you. Representative Harnett votes yes. Representative Babbage.
Yes on both.
Representative Babbage votes yes. Representative Galgay-Reckett. Representative Moriarty.
Yes.
Representative Moriarty votes yes. Representative Sheehan.
Yes.
Representative Sheehan votes yes. Representative Hagan. Representative Downs.
No.
Representative Downs votes no. Representative Libby.
No.
Representative Libby votes no. Representative Poirier.
No.
Representative Poirier votes no. Representative Evangelos.
Yes.
Representative Evangelos votes yes. Representative Newell.
Yes to both.
Representative Newell votes yes. Senator Sanborn. Senator Sanborn is absent. Senator Kime. Senator Kime is absent. Representative Galgay-Reckett. Representative Galgay-Reckett is absent. Representative Hagan. Representative Hagan is absent. 7 members voting in the affirmative, 3 members voting in the negative, and 4 members are absent.
Thank you very much. And that will be recorded for 434 and 435, right?
Yes, that is correct.
Great, thank you. We're going to move on to 436. I will quickly, hopefully quickly do the screen share. And Attorney General, do you want to briefly address this?
Yes, thank you. This is a reclass that we are asking be approved by the legislature. I spent some time on the Appropriations Committee. I am forgetting if reclassifications are employee-driven or employer-driven. I may need to rely on Peggy to clarify that, but we're required to request this this approval.
Thank you very much. Committee members, are you ready to vote? Are there any questions for the Attorney General? Representative Libby?
Chair, having not been privy to, sorry, I don't have an understanding of what this position is. Is this just a reclassification and it's the same person in this new position, or is this a different position?
It's oh, I'm sorry about that, Representative. It's the same position. It's the same person. It's just recognizing that the job involves a little bit more activity than what had been originally contemplated. And so there was a process that was gone through to determine if indeed the position should include this additional work. The answer was yes. And so this process is to come back and ask that the legislature approve the additional compensation that's required to ensure that the existing position is able to pay what it is that the person should be receiving because of the work they're performing. So it's same position, same person. It's just recognizing that there's an increased amount of work that the position entails.
And this is other special revenue funds?
It is. So this is a position that's attached to our HHS division, our Health and Human Services division. So we provide legal services to, Department of Human Services generally, and so this position's attached to the work that we provide for HHS.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Ms. Padette, I think we're ready for the vote on initiative 436.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Senator Carney.
Yes.
Senator Carney votes yes. Senator Sanborn. Senator Kime. Representative Harnett.
Yes.
Representative Harnett votes yes. Representative Babbage.
Yes.
Representative Babbage votes yes. Representative Galgay-Reckett. Representative Moriarty.
Yes.
Representative Moriarty votes yes. Representative Sheehan.
Yes.
Representative Sheehan votes yes. Representative Hagan. Representative Downs.
No.
Representative Downs votes no. Representative Libby.
No.
Representative Libby votes no. Representative Poirier.
No.
Representative Poirier votes no. Representative Evangelos.
Yes.
Representative Evangelos votes yes. Representative Newell.
Yes.
Representative Newell votes yes. Senator Sanborn. Senator Sanborn is absent. Senator Keim. Senator Keim is absent. Representative Galgay-Reckett. Representative Galgay-Reckett is absent. Representative Hagan. Representative Hagan is absent. 7 members voting in the affirmative, 3 members voting in the negative, and 4 members are absent.
Thank you very much. And I think that brings us to our last initiative within the Attorney General's budget. I see a big smile on his face. That's Initiative 440, and you may proceed.
This is the OIT assessment, rate increase assessment on the Victim Compensation Board.
Thank you very much. Committee members, are there questions about this? Not seeing any questions. Ms. Panett, I think we're ready for the vote.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Senator Carney.
Yes.
Senator Carney votes yes. Senator Sanborn. Senator Keim. Representative Harnett.
Yes.
Representative Harnett votes yes. Representative Babbage.
Yes.
Representative Babbage votes yes. Representative Galgay-Reckett. Representative Moriarty.
Yes.
Representative Moriarty votes yes. Representative Sheehan.
Yes.
Representative Sheehan votes yes. Representative Hagan. Representative Downs.
No.
Representative Downs votes no. Representative Libby.
Yes.
Representative Libby votes yes. Representative Poirier.
No.
Representative Poirier votes no. Representative Evangelos.
Yes.
Representative Evangelos votes yes. Representative Newell.
Yes.
Representative Newell votes yes. Senator Sanborn. Senator Sanborn is absent. Senator Keim. Senator Keim is absent. Representative Galgay-Reckett. Representative Galgay-Reckett is absent. Representative Hagan. Representative Hagan is absent. 8 members voting in the affirmative, 2 members voting in the negative, and 4 members are absent.
Thank you very much, Ms. Panett. And that concludes our votes on the initiatives within the Attorney General section of the budget. Thank you very much, Attorney General Fry and Ms. Sosnoff, for being here today and answering all of our questions. We really appreciate everything you provided today. And at this point, Supi, is there anything that we need to attend to before we take our break?
I don't know of anything, Madam Chair, but Peggy may know.
Looks like we are ready for our break. So it's 12:22 now. Let's reconvene at 1:30, everyone, please. And please remember to turn off your audio and video during the break, or else sign off, because we'll still be live streaming. Thank you very much.
Hey, thanks.
Everybody off?
Hello, everyone. Everyone being the executive director of the Maine Human Rights Commission, and a couple of committee members. We are just returning from our lunch break, and we will resume with the work session on the Judiciary Committee sections of the budget, the biennial budget. We were able to complete the judicial branch and the Attorney General sections of our budget items. And so where we are now is we are about to take up the Maine Human Rights Commission portions of the budget. We have the Executive Director, Amy Sneerson, available. And we also have a number of documents from her. And hang on for just one moment, please. Thank you. The way we've been proceeding, Ms. Sneerson, for your information, is that I've been screen sharing the budget. And then in your case, you've provided us with 4 different documents. And what we will do is initially maybe we'll ask you for an overview. And then as we go through the budget, I've got all of the documents available that I can kind of quickly screen share them with your direction and guidance. Does that sound like a good way to proceed?
That sounds great. And I want to say thank you. First, I'm Amy Sneerson. I'm the Executive Director of the Maine Human Rights Commission. And I have here with me Melody Piper, our agency's Director of Operations. First, I want to apologize for making things confusing. Our agency has never, I've been here 10 years, Melody's been here 13 or 14. We've never presented completely different budget initiatives than the ones that were in the budget document. So I'm very sorry for making it confusing. If I could just tell you briefly sort of how we got here. So like everyone else, the biennial budget document that you're seeing from the governor was prepared last summer when we gave the input for it when the COVID had really just started and we didn't have much of a sense of how it was going to play out and what needs it would create for our agency. We are a very small agency. So unlike, I always enjoy listening to the Attorney General and their millions of dollars and the court system and their millions of dollars. We have on a good day, 13 and a half employees. And last year we got 755 new complaints and over 1,200 intakes. We have 6 investigators and we were always overwhelmed, but right now, like all the other state agencies, we're very, very overwhelmed, and going completely remote when we did not have systems for that in place really threw us for a loop. So what we thought our priorities were for the budget, which was just not to get cut. I think a lot of us went into this biennial budget just being grateful not to have our programs cut. And so what was in the biennial budget for us, the document that you have presented 4 initiatives, and all of them are addressed in the revised initiatives that I'm going to present to you. So the governor's initiatives, which starts on page A325 of the budget document, contains 1 initiative for 2 related to an internal reorganization that we did at the time of the curtailment. It was because of COVID, to avoid cutting positions. One of them, the first one presented on page A326, was reducing a senior paralegal position to a paralegal position and going from full-time to part-time. Oh, the second initiative on page A326 was reducing an investigative supervisor position to an investigator position. The third initiative on A327 was providing funding for increases in technology and general operating costs. Those were not things that we were requesting. Those were things that OIT was making required for us to access systems in our building and security upgrades and licenses for the Workday system that we were going to need in order to do timesheets. So that wasn't money for our agency, really. And then the fourth initiative related to reclassifications for our investigators. And that fourth initiative combined 2 different things that we had initially in the prior biennial put in separately. One was a reclassification that was employee initiated, and there was also a management initiated reclassification. So those are the 4 things that are in the governor's budget. What I emailed you all, and again, I'm very sorry to do it in that format. It's really not how we do business, but it was sort of an emergency. In preparing for to present to you, we realized that some of the information contained in the biennial was not, some of the underlying data and numbers were not accurate, particularly with regard to the reclassifications. And so we were presenting you with information that's not accurate, and we needed to make it accurate. So as we were doing that, we realized that giving you the accurate information changed our priorities. And there was a simpler way for us to proceed and get our number 1 need right now is to get our agency's technology needs addressed. Because in the years since we've been working remotely, Melody, who you can see here, as I said in my email, she does not only our budget work, but all of our annual reporting, all of our finance, our website, all of our IT for all of our employees. We are not on the state systems. So we don't have OIT. That was a purposeful decision on our part years ago because we investigate OIT, just like we investigate other state agencies. And it's very awkward for us to have a relationship with agencies that we investigate. So we have purposely tried to stay separate from as many state systems as possible. But Melody is working 24/7 to provide tech support to each one of our staffers, because if they can't access their computer, that's essentially a work stoppage. It's true for our commissioners as well. If they can't access their documents, they can't render decisions at public meetings. So tech support has become really our number 1 issue. We're in a position where we have to go back to OIT. And we need funding to do that, because you can't just have a contract with OIT for tech support. You have to use their computers and have licenses with, we have to have agreements with them per employee, per computer. So that changes our priority and the funding, because a lot of the funding that we have, a huge percentage of it is designated for personnel services, and you can't use personnel services money for anything else. So that is how we are coming to you. And what we have, since I wrote you the email a week ago, Melody has been working to put together some budget documents that look the way that you expect them to look. And she has gotten those together, working very closely with the Bureau of the Budget to provide accurate information on the reclassifications and the technology costs. And I believe Peggy has them, and we can possibly look at them together, but I'm happy to tell you what's in them. So
I'm just going to interrupt you for 1 second, because I'm just trying to think of the way that is going to make it easiest for committee members to follow along. And I guess I'll turn to you first, Ms. Sneerson, for some guidance. Would it be most helpful if we started with the original budget document that we received? Or is it more helpful for us to start with one of the documents you've provided?
I believe that it would be easier to use the new documents that we provided, because I believe the 3 initiatives that we are presenting to you cover everything that is in the governor's 4 proposed initiatives. So I think if we address our 3 proposed ones, it will take care of all the others.
Okay, so you're envisioning at the end of the day that we would strike out the governor's initiatives and replace them with the 3 initiatives that you're going to tell us about this afternoon.
Correct.
Okay, so which of the 4 documents that you provided it would be, and actually I can start screen sharing now, I think, and then you can read the titles at the top of the screen and let me know which one to click on. Does that make sense to you?
Peggy does, she has the documents that we provided to you.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, I emailed them all out yesterday, and we have them posted on the website and in our Google Drive. So
yes, great. So yes, if you put them up there, I can tell you which one I think it makes sense to start with.
Okay, so are you seeing all my family pictures on my screen?
No,
or just the
no,
budget
I see
stuff?
one document, which is a chart, and I'm hoping to actually start first with a document that's Judicial Reference 1083. which looks like, if you go over to,
Okay, I'm going to show them all to you.
Okay.
This is
nope,
all
not that one.
accounts by object.
Nope,
This is MHRC full request.
nope.
This is MHRC initiatives.
Yes. Hold on.
Yeah. Okay.
Hold on. I think we updated it. We made it look a little bit different, but it could be, that is the right document. But we had a change package that explained it, but that is the document that we want to start with, I think.
Okay, great.
So our first proposal, and this is our top priority, is referred to as number 1083. And this accomplishes the first two of the initiatives in the governor's biennial budget for us, which were internal reorganizations, but this also provides our top priority, which is technology costs. So what this would do is it takes into account the senior paralegal position reorganization and reduction to part-time, which is in the governor's budget. It takes into account the reorganization. Yeah, there's the justification below. It takes into account the investigative supervisor reorganization, which is in the governor's budget. Those are the governor's first two initiatives. And
I'm sorry, but I am trying to follow along with you. So maybe you can use the reference numbers and just say the reference number and then explain to us what it does. I think that will help us follow along a little better.
Sure. This is the one you're looking at is 1083 right there.
Mm-hmm.
And that does a bunch of different things all put together. So right now what I'm describing is all within this one initiative. The goal of this initiative is to free up funding in our all other account that we are able to use to have an agreement with OIT and provide for technology support. It accomplishes that objective by allowing us to use essentially the savings, and the justification that you have on your screen right there, Senator McCarty, is it continues from the curtailment and the supplemental budget, a position reduction of a paralegal from a senior paralegal to a paralegal, and makes it part-time, which is already in place.
Mm-hmm.
It continues, it allows us to fund permanently a management analyst change that we made effective during the curtailment for a different paralegal using federal expenditures. So moving that from from personal services to all other. So that's something different that is not in the governor's budget. And it continues an item from the curtailment and the supplemental of the reorganization of an investigative supervisor position to a regular investigator position.
And
so those are
3.
Yes. So those things are all in the number 1 and number 3 in there are the first two initiatives from the governor's budget, right? So it addresses those two, and it will give us what we need, which is it will let us use money that is already in the general fund, just move it from personal services to all other and let us use it.
Okay.
So that's the first item.
Yep.
So if you scroll down, so reference number 1084, I'll ask you to think back. So the fourth item in the governor's budget was addressing not a reorganization, reclassifying our investigator positions, right? And there were two things that were smushed together in the governor's biennial budget. One was an employee initiated reclassification, right? And on that one, we were paying interest. And a management initiated reclassification for all the positions we don't pay retroactive and interest on. And so we have separated them out. And so reference number 1084 is the employee initiated reclassification. And the number is much smaller than it had been because we learned through talking to the Bureau of the Budget that the documentation that you had before you previously in the governor's budget indicated that we owed about $18,000 for this employee initiated reclassification. But in fact, we only owe about $5,700 to this employee because they no longer work for the state. So reference number 1084 provides simply the payout to that for that employee initiated reclassification. And then going down to the bottom, the third item is providing funding for the management initiated reclassification of our 6 investigator positions.
Okay, is this 1089 then?
Yes, it is. Yep.
Great. Okay, following along. Go ahead.
Yes, you're doing a great job. So in the governor's biennial budget, the proposal was that the general fund would provide about half of the funding for this and that we would be able to fund the other half with federal revenues. However, we are not at all confident that we will have the federal revenues that we had projected a year ago, because we have 10% more cases than we did a year ago, a bigger backlog than we did a year ago. Our federal funds, it's unclear what will be happening. Even if the federal agencies have the money available that they had committed in our contracts, we do not know. We're concerned about how many of the cases we are able to close, because just like everybody else, we're doing more with less. We have several staffers out on maternity or parental leave in the past year and in the year coming up. So we are trying to be conservative in what we are projecting for our federal revenues.
Can I just interrupt you for 1 minute with a clarifying question? So are you saying that the federal revenues may go down because the commission gets paid on a per case basis, and the situation with staff now is such that you may not be able to do as many of those, close out as many of those federal cases as you expected originally?
I believe we're just saying they're going to stay the same.
That was Melody.
Sorry, this is Melody Piper. I just wanted to say, to clarify, that we were projecting an increase to help pay for the reorganization, but we're pulling back on that, saying we don't know if we should go that far and say we're going to be able to. We get paid based on the cases we close. So while we're getting a ton right now, we're probably not going to be able to close them and get paid for them given the situation internally. So we'd like to address that in probably an emergency supplemental maybe. So we're just saying we're not going to increase the revenues like we had in the original proposal. Yes. We're just leaving it alone. Yeah.
Thank you. That's great.
Yeah. Sorry, Amy.
No, that's very perfect. Helpful. Perfect. That's why Melody's here. So that's the third initiative. And with that, these 3 initiatives, we believe, address everything in, I guess, the only thing that might not be addressed is the proposal the governor had to add in costs to cover things like workday and license things in our building for security. Those were not requests from us. So other than that, I think we are addressing everything in the governor's biennial budget proposal. Let
me just interrupt you there for 1 minute, because it's so that we can all follow along here. So, and Peggy, this might be a question actually for you. So are there additional initiatives that relate to the things that Ms. Nearson just referenced? Things like building costs and stuff like that, that we need to go back to the original document to vote on today?
They appear in the first one.
Right. I think it's on the worksheet. If you have the worksheet around, it's page 20. I think all of that is dumped into on the worksheet that is reference number 1086 and 1087 to a certain extent, because that's the federal portion of those. It doesn't really spell out what those are. Again, these are usually the IT costs are put in by the Bureau of the Budget. They're not requested by agencies. It's you went through the AG's office about here. These are costs that we have to include. So these are those costs, and the general operating costs, I think, are the way I understand it, it's to join into the overall human resources system and general operating costs. It sounds like Amy and Melody have more information about that, including the building security. They've moved out of their building, the state rehabbed the building, they moved back into the building, and they have to deal with a different situation than when they were formerly in the building. So those were things that they had not planned to include in their budget, but they are in their budget, and the governor has included covering them. I think what the commission is saying is they really need to address their personnel, and part of their personnel is providing IT support.
Thank you. Let me just, I'm going to step out of screen share just for a moment, because we're in this unusual situation of Co-Chair Harnett is presenting a bill in one committee, and I am presenting a bill and I need to go to a work session in another committee. And so I would just ask if we could, let's see, Representative Babbage, do you think that you could help walk us through the main Human Rights Commission section of the budget? Oh, actually, I have until 2 o'clock to join the work session. So let's just see how much we can accomplish in 6 minutes, and then I may tap on you, Chris, if
I'd like to preside. I'm not sure I have the updated documents, but
okay. Well, let's see how far we can get. So let me jump back to the screen sharing here. And so, Peggy, would it be appropriate at this point for us to vote on these two initiatives, which really, no?
I think that what Amy and Melody have put together is something that replaces all 4 of these initiatives.
Okay.
And so I will certainly work with Lauren and OFPR to make sure it's all, you know, in the right form and format. But I think
it's
I don't think the ones that are in the worksheet are actually what the commission is expecting you to cover, if that makes sense, because they've moved around the money. If I'm correct, it's actually a little bit less money, at least in the first year.
Yeah, it's really just having the money in different places.
Yeah, I made some adjustments to our baseline and kind of configured some things so that we tried to come up with a break even if possible. So what we're looking at right now is basically the primary request where, you know, I made some adjustments within the federal expenditures fund and kind of reallocated money from general operating to put towards some technology. So that
number 1083, that's the
it's the one on the screen is what I'm referring to. So basically what I've done is the best I can so that we're not asking for much money. But where we're in the new building, there's a lot of HVAC sensors and oxygen sensors that OIT is now billing agencies directly for. And so I think about $4,000, about maybe $4,000 of this ask here in year 1 is $6,400. Some of that or most of that is because of the new charges to the facility for those sensors in this new high-tech facility we're in to be able to communicate with, you know, the rest of the state servers to communicate information. So a lot of the request here, which isn't a lot, we're basically asking for $6,486 in addition to our budget year 1 and year 2, $3,400 just to help us pay for those new costs. Most of it is the sensors, and the rest of it is us just kind of using our personnel service savings from this position reduction and using it to fund IT costs for us to now lease machines from the state, which comes with tech support built in, so that if somebody has a work situation on the weekend, say our commissioners, most of them work on the weekends because they have normal jobs, like during the day, they're not paid by the commission because they have other employment. So a lot of times they'll have issues on the weekends, and it's getting really difficult to manage 20 plus devices and be able to have my own life in addition to everything else that we have to do right now. So it basically, this money, we're just moving things around and making adjustments to try to help make things happen with our existing resources. So we just need $6,400, $486 year one, and year two, $3,400 to make that happen.
And permission to move it into a different fund, really, so that we can
Basically, yeah, it just moves it from one category to another because we're not allowed to do that on our own. So we're just trying to make our own, swap our own things out and kind of make some internal sacrifices so that, you know, we can make this happen. And it's actually a better solution for the employees. And, you know, OIT's 24/7, there's help desk people available. So at any time of day, they can get that phone call, and they're paid for that. They get, you know, on call rates.
Mel, we have limited time.
Okay, I'm done.
Let me do this. I'm going to stop screen sharing for a moment and turn to committee members, because you've given us a great comprehensive and both a kind of eagle eye and on the ground view of why you need the changes and what the changes are. But I think committee members probably have some questions. So let's take some questions. I do have until 2:15. Fortunately, the other committee has decided to take a break. So let's ask a couple questions. Are there committee members who have questions that they would like to ask of Ms. Sneerson or Ms. Piper? I am not seeing any questions.
I actually have one if I could.
Oh, sure. Go ahead, Representative.
Thanks. I want to make this brief, but I'm not understanding the employee-initiated reclassification, Ms. Sneerson. Can you just help me to understand what that means and why it accrues interest?
So I can tell you what the reclassification request was, and Melody can tell you a little bit about why it accrues interest. The state employee system operates on a grid of, you're assigned grade 24, level 2, and it depends on the level of sophistication or experience or education that your job requires. And we did not agree with how our investigators were classified and were paid. We were seeking for them to be reclassified at a higher grade and salary level to reflect the sophistication of their work and their independence. And while we were pursuing that, one of the investigators submitted her own request, because employees can submit, it doesn't have to be something your employer requests. An employee, if they think that they're not being paid appropriately for their work, they can submit their own request. And if an employee initiates a request, then it accrues to the time that they submitted it. It's retroactive to the time that they submitted it, and interest accrues. If a management submits a reclassification request, it is not retroactive and interest does not accrue.
Thank you. That helps very much. And can you, when you refer to management, who are you speaking about at the Maine Human Rights Commission?
That would be us. That'd be me and Melody and the commissioners. They're, as Melody said, they are volunteers, and we are their professional staff. So they oversee the agency and we do the daily operations.
So is there any assumptions to be made or specificity to infer that management does not concur with the reclassification of an employee?
Oh, we completely agreed with the request that the employee made. We were disagreeing with the initial decision made by DAFs. And in the meantime, the employees submitted their own, which we 100% backed up. We thought she was completely right.
And thank you. And when I asked about management, I was wondering, is it the commission or is it you and Melody? But you're saying the entire. Thank you. Very good. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
All right, Representative Libby, did you have a question?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, I do. Ms. Sneerson, question on reference number 1089. What is the why is there a difference in the two fiscal years, 2021 to 22, and then 22 to 23?
That's a great question. And usually when I get hard questions, I turn to Melody and ask her to explain.
Okay. This probably is because when I enter in, basically using the projections of the budget system, when you make these position changes, it automatically calculates the reductions for you. So I'm not exactly sure. I take the number it gives me based on what we enter in for numbers. I don't, you're talking about there's a few $1,000s difference?
Yes.
Yeah, I'm not sure if there was a benefits. I'm not exactly sure. BFMS is the budget system that gives us these calculations. Oh, I see what you're saying. I'm looking, no, I'm not sure that I can answer that because I don't know when you enter in information into the budget system, how it's making these calculations. I don't know if there's some sort of a rate decrease in one of the benefits or something between the two. Normally they do increase, not decrease. So I'm not entirely sure. Most of my requested that I entered in manually was just related to the IT rates. That I can tell you.
So that may be a question that we might ask the Bureau of the Budget or DAFs to help us answer.
Yeah, and the system is loaded, preloaded with all the pay rates and adjustments, and I don't entirely know on the back end how that works.
Okay.
But they have reviewed
A
this.
clarifying question, Representative Libby, do you feel that you need that information before we vote on these initiatives?
I don't, thank you. I do have one other question on a different reference number.
Go ahead.
On reference number 1088, I'm trying to understand. So that's a one-time payment. It's not two. Okay, so just a one-time.
It's only one time because the employee doesn't work for us anymore.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Any other questions? Okay, we could potentially get this in right under the wire. Is the committee ready for a vote on the Human Rights Commission initiatives that have been presented that will replace the initiatives in our budget document? Seeing lots of nodding heads. Since this is an amendment to the budget, I would ask for a motion to amend the budget by proposing 3 initiatives, and I would also look for a second.
Could I just mention real quick that we will probably have to, I'll work with Lauren and also Amy and Melody to break up that very first one. That really is 3 or 4 different initiatives. They put it together to show how it kind of, how they're getting them, using the money, but it will have to be broken up, and Lauren will help me and we'll work with Amy and Melody. But for the purposes of voting, go ahead and do it this way, and we will give you a final version of it before it goes anywhere.
Sort of similar to a language review, kind of?
Sure, yes. Oh. Although you're gonna have to be on your toes because you're gonna be in the chambers tomorrow and Thursday.
Okay, so are committee members satisfied with voting on these 3 initiatives in one voting process? I'm seeing yeses. So could we have a motion to amend the budget to include the initiative? Representative Moriarty? Oh, you're muted, Steve.
Yeah. I move to amend the budget to include initiatives 1083, 1086, and 1089.
As drafted by the Human Rights Commission?
If I could just vote, I think it's 1083, 1088, and 1089.
All right. I
apologize.
Don't have a 1088 in front of me, so I'll withdraw my motion.
The 1088 is right below where it says reference 1086. There's a solid line initiative. And then it says reference 1088.
It was probably a drafting error on our part, for which I apologize.
Oh, so it's just, okay, so what are the three? I'm confused.
So 1084 and 1086 don't really have anything connected to them on this draft. So the draft in front of you, as drafted by the Human Rights Commission, are 1083. That's on the first page. On the second page, 1088 is that one-time payment. And then 1089 is the rest of the range changes.
Okay, then I will strike my first motion, which I think failed for lack of a second anyway, and move to amend the budget to include reference 1083, 1088, and 1089 as recommended by the Maine Human Rights Commission.
Thank you, Representative Moriarty. And Representative Evangelos, are you raising your hand to second?
Second.
Okay, is the committee ready to vote? And let's see, Ms. Panett is with us and is ready to do the roll call. Thank you very much. You can go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Senator Carney.
Yes.
Senator Carney votes yes. Senator Sanborn. Senator Keim. Representative Harnett.
Yes.
Representative Harnett votes yes. Representative Babbage.
Yes.
Representative Babbage votes yes. Representative Galgay-Reckett.
Yes.
Representative Galgay-Reckett votes yes. Representative Moriarty.
Yes.
Representative Moriarty votes yes. Representative Sheehan.
Yes.
Representative Sheehan votes yes. Representative Hagan. Representative Downs.
Yes.
Representative Downs votes yes. Representative Libby.
No.
Representative Libby votes no. Representative Poirier.
Yes.
Representative Poirier votes yes. Representative Evangelos.
Yes.
Representative Evangelos votes yes. Representative Newell. Senator Sanborn. Senator Sanborn is absent. Senator Keim. Senator Keim is absent. Representative Hagan. Representative Hagan is absent. Representative Newell. Representative Newell is absent. I have 9 members voting in the affirmative, 1 member voting in the negative, and 4 members are absent.
Thank you very much. At this point, we are going to take a short break so that I can update Representative Harnett, who will take over as chair, on what we've been doing. And then I will rejoin you when I'm done my work session. So I would estimate that we'll be back around 2:20. Thank you very much, Ms. Sneerson. And Melody, I think, is already off the screen, but thank you very much for the information.
Thank you so much. We apologize for making things difficult and we appreciate your time.
Well, thank you for working through it for us and with us.
Soupy?
Good luck with the rest of your day.
Yeah, Soupy, can you stay on with me?
I would be more than happy to.
I assume there were 2 sets of votes that happened while I was dealing with my ailing car and my trek to Augusta. So was it the first 2 items? First 2 pieces, the judiciary and the attorney general?
Right. There were lots of votes. Peggy still here?
Yes,
Yeah.
you know what, Representative Reckett, can you access your email? I will send you the voting sheet
Yes, I
that
can.
I have for all the items, and then you can look at it and either call me or Soupy or send it back. Okay, I will do that. Then
All right, thank
give
you.
me a couple minutes. Yeah.
No problem.
Peggy,
Yes.
in our votes coming up, if we don't have Senator Carney in the room, are we going to be able to vote Because I don't think we're going to have a senator in the room.
You do need a senator to vote. I understand that Senator Keim is trying to rejoin the committee. So hopefully she will be able to help you with that. But good question. We should keep that in mind.
Peggy, do you want me to scan these vote sheets to you? Or, because I don't normally do this, so.
No, but I appreciate you doing it. Did you scan a sheet for every initiative?
Yes.
I mean, you have a sheet for every initiative?
Yes.
You know what?
It's not neat, but it's.
But let me scan it to Representative Record because it explains what it is.
Okay, mine probably wouldn't.
It would just be.
Is it helpful if I just scan these to you and you can either toss them or?
Sure, that would be great.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, I'll go do that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Oops. Whoa, what happened? Hi, Lisa.
Soupy, are you there?
This is Peggy. I'm here, Representative Babbage.
No, that's all right. I wondered what Soupy was forwarding to Lois.
Oh, I'm going to send her the, the worksheet. I've been filling it in as you go along. And she missed this morning, so I'm going to send her those pages.
I have been doing it on a separate thing. Would you CC me on that? Is that possible?
Absolutely.
Great.
Oh, and Senator Sanborn's coming.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Hi, Peggy.
Hello, Representative Harnett. How are you?
Fine. I realize we're rolling. I just want to give you a heads up after talking with Ann, Senator Carney. When we come back in, we're going to take a break until 3. She wants all 3 senators here for the discussion on indigent legal services. So
okay, you do have both 2 other senators in now.
I'm here, Tom. I just arrived. I'm not sure where we are. Or is everyone in caucus or break? Or
no, Ann wants to be here for this discussion, has to go to a work session. She will be back at 3, okay. So we're going to adjourn until 3.
Until 3. Okay, I'll see you then. Thanks.
Yeah, thank you.
Tom? Tom, is all we have left after we finished with human rights, indigent legal then?
And Part KK is language about getting rid of the bond for the public conservator and the public guardian.
That's fairly straightforward, right?
It is, although I know there was testimony against it when HHS was before appropriations, because the $14,000 that we pay, the state pays for it, is in HHS's budget. And we get the language.
Confuses me, but yes, that would be it, Jeff. And we're going, I don't know if you heard, but we are going to break until 3 before starting into.
I've been here. I heard. I have a Zoom call at home at 6, which means I got to leave here a little bit before 5. I hope we can get through most of it.
I would hope so too. I've got a chairs meeting at 5:30 and we have a caucus at 6. So
Okay.
I
Alrighty.
think we're all in the same boat.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. So I'll just wait till people are back, Peggy.
Okay.
Tom,
Yes.
can you bring your bar number to the session tomorrow so that you could notarize something for me?
I know it off the top of my head.
Oh, excellent. It's just a addendum to my will that I need that I made a grammatical fix on. Anne had done the first one, but it has a sentence that's wrong. So
That means you cannot leave it to me then. I'm going to notarize it.
Lois, it's BABBIDG.
Yes, and it's 100%, right?
I don't know if you were on, Lois, just a heads up. Once everyone's back, this will be somewhat anticlimactic. We're going to be taking a break until 3.
Yeah.
So we can have all 3 senators on the discussion about indigent legal services.
Right. I'm glad I got back in time for that. I had a medical thing this morning, and then I was driving up here and my oil warning light came on while I was on the turnpike. So I had to pull over into Richmond and get a quart of oil and figure out how to put it in and pray that it's going to. So I'm in Augusta already. So
My wife and I have our first shot on Friday.
Hey.
Very excited.
Tomorrow is 2 weeks since my second one. So I am fully vaccinated as of tomorrow morning.
It is amazing what passes for excitement these days.
Honest to God, my spirits have lifted, though, I have to say, on account of it. So I have, I had 4 really close friends, one of whom died in this whole mess, and but the other 3 were waiting so that the 4 of us can actually see each other again. It's been a year, except for my wife, who I'm with, but she's getting her second shot on the 23rd.
So Lois, having been 2 weeks from the second one, are you going on spring break?
No, I'm not. No.
Hannaford's called and I got my Johnson & Johnson on Saturday.
Ah.
The 5th needle I was poked with since Thursday. I got a lot going on.
So you're done.
Yeah, 1 and out.
Yeah.
I'm not sure what we're getting on Friday. I hope it's that.
Where are you going?
Main General at the Augusta Civic Center.
I'm not sure then, but I know Hannaford's is administering the J&J.
Somebody told me this morning that the side effects on the second shot are worse on Moderna than Pfizer. I don't know that because I had a Pfizer and I was pretty fine, but.
My mother-in-law is 88 and she's had 2 Modernas and no problems.
No, yeah, I've had 2 Pfizers and not really anything to talk about. I had 1 hot flash and 1 chill. That was it. And I had a headache for 20 minutes on the first one. But it seemed like a small price to pay.
I know, it just felt better to get it, you know.
Yeah,
I have
no
a immune system, so it just felt better to get that put behind me.
I'm going to make a request. If there are any members of the committee that just have their cameras and sound off but can hear me, it would be good if we could get back on so that we can adjourn for some time.
Okay.
Representative Downs.
You want a motion, Tom?
I don't think we need a motion. And in fact, I will just, how about We are going to take a break until 3 o'clock so that all of the senators can be involved in the discussion of indigent legal services. So anybody who's on, you're free to leave until 3, and I will stay on as other members return. I don't think we need to be overly formal about it.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Appreciate it.
I'm actually going to put it in the chat. Representative Poirier?
Yes.
Hi, I don't know if you were on and heard the announcement, but we are taking a break until 3 so that all 3 senators can be involved in the discussion on indigent legal services.
Okay, thank you.
So enjoy yourself until then, and I'm going to stay online to let others know as they rejoin us.
Sounds good. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hi, Tom, it's Soupy. I just let in Dave Hagan, so.
Okay, I will let him know that we are breaking until 3. I'm staying on to let people know. I posted it in the chat.
Okay. For some reason, it's taking them a long time to connect to the audio. Both he and Steve are, you can see the little dots.
Yeah, I see something lighting up for David. Is he in?
That's Steve's bookcase.
I saw something light up in blue a second ago, but.
Yeah, I don't see Dave.
Okay, I'll stay on.
Okay. Okey-dokey.
Steve,
Hey,
this is Tom. I don't know if you have seen the text or if you heard my earlier announcement. We
no.
are breaking until 3 so
Oh.
that all 3 senators can be here for the discussion on indigent legal services.
Oh, okay, Tom. Okay, well, good. Thanks for the message.
So go take a walk or.
Yeah. See you in 30.
Okay, thank you. Did you hear that,
you bet.
Erin?
I did. I'll see you, yeah, in 30 minutes.
Okay, thanks.
Thank
Good.
you.
That's everybody. Bye. Good afternoon, David. Just wait for a few more members to return. Good afternoon. It's a little after 3. We're about to call the Joint Standing Committee on the Judiciary back into session. I see we have some new folks on the call. Representative Hagan, welcome.
And I thank you. I appreciate it. It's been a long day and I haven't been a part of this yet.
It
So I
has
look
been.
forward
Would
to
you
hanging
like
out
to
with you guys.
introduce yourself to those attending and those watching the meeting?
I will. Thank you. Again, I represent House District 101, Hamden and Newburgh. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. And Senator Sanborn, I don't know if you've had a chance to introduce yourself today. I was not on at the beginning of the meeting.
I haven't. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Senator Heather Sanborn. I represent Senate District 28, which is half of Portland and half of Westbrook. And I also just heard from Senator Carney. Has she been in touch with you, Representative?
That she is a bit delayed?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
And is Senator Keim on available? Well, seeing that, I will introduce her when she does get back. She said she would be back around 3 o'clock. We have 2 items left on this afternoon's agenda. The first is the main commission on indigent legal services. And I would ask the analyst if she could remind me as to where we were when we left off.
I think you haven't actually really started looking at what's in the budget. There are no initiatives in the budget. Right. There is language which directs the transfer of the money that was set aside in the last fiscal year to transfer it into the account where the commission can use it. My understanding is that money is the money that the governor had recommended be used if you want to add positions, as opposed to new appropriations.
And those,
So you did talk a little bit about Mr. Reed, the governor's counsel, spoke about the governor not being in favor of additional resources, but using the resources that had already been set aside to make any changes.
okay. Thank you. And I see that Senator Keim has joined us. Senator Keim, would you welcome this afternoon? Could you please introduce yourself to those here and those watching?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Lisa Keim, and I am proud to represent Senate District 18, which is northern Oxford County and 2 communities in Androscoggin.
Thank you and welcome. Thank you, Peggy. Since we last met, various members of the committee, leads and chairs, have been in touch with Mr. Andrus, seeking input on initiatives that they might like to move forward. And unless there is objection from committee members, I would invite Mr. Andrus to present those to us and then open it up for questions for Mr. Andrus or members of the commission. Mr. Andrus.
Good afternoon, Representative Harnett, committee members. Thank you for hearing from us. I have a procedural question about proceeding. The commission budget, as approved by the commission, remains what we submitted last fall, and as updated with the numbers that I presented last week. I was happy to work with committee members to work toward other initiatives that might serve some of the same goals. But I'm not in a position to present them as the initiatives approved by the commission. So I'm happy to present them in that light. Is that the appropriate way to do it, or should they come from the person who presented them and I can talk about how they would impact us? I'm not sure if that was an articulate question.
I missed I was following you right up until the end.
So I can present them as what I was asked to draft by committee members. I'm happy to do that and discuss them. But if procedurally they need to come from the person whose initiative they are, and then I can discuss how they would impact us. I can do that as well. I'm just not sure what the proper protocol is in that regard.
And nor am I. Is the person that you're referring to would be a member of the commission, be the chair, or?
It would be the chair. That's right.
Okay. Why don't we do this? And Peggy, you let me know if this is a proper way to proceed. I understand that what you're going to be talking about, that the commission presented its budget to the governor after a public hearing. That has not changed. What we charged you with was presenting to us your thoughts about what was needed to make the commission functional and getting the largest, the most impactful positions on board. So if you could present those, I would then open it up for questions, and then I would ask Chair Tardy to weigh in.
Very good, thank you. So I was asked to do 2 nested things. The first was have a look at what might happen at different staffing levels, starting with 2 staff people and up through 10 people. The second was to prepare a graduated set of 3 steps that would sort of break the seal on making some improvements, and then the next step after that, and then the next sort of significant step, in my view, toward being able to address agency operations. My charge, and I want to just say this and get it out of the way so that doesn't sound like I'm talking in 2 directions. My charge is to pursue representation consistent with the 6th Amendment, and ultimately what we would need to do that exceeds even what we asked for in the original budget request in the fall. As I understood that, to implement the initial representations of the 6th Amendment Center. What we've done now, though, is had a look at what would happen if we establish first 6 positions and then a 7th, and then a total of 14 positions. And I've done a memorandum. I have, with Deputy Director Masiag's help and help of others she was in contact with, and I don't know who to thank, managed to pull together numbers that we think are pretty accurate for those proposals. Those 3 proposals are internal to our central office. There would be people going out to oversee attorneys, but they wouldn't be the defender offices. And then the fourth proposal that we hope to talk about today is the appellate defender office that was in the original ask from the fall and that we updated for the committees, joint committees last week. So we have simply not the ability to provide the oversight or the regulation. I know you've all heard that, so I won't beat that drum. And so we went about trying to solve that. And so step one would be to add 6 positions to, excuse me, I'm going to take my phone off the hook because I don't know how to turn it on Do Not Disturb. Sorry to whomever I just hung up on. We have 6 positions and we would be dividing them into 2 tracks within the commission. One would be on the oversight or regulatory side of attorney performance, and 3 would be on the audit side. I did some math, it's in the memo if folks are interested in getting into the weeds about what sort of penetration we think we can get into the mass of attorney billing data in a given year at a given staffing level. It's pretty low. The short version is we get about 0.7% of penetration per staff person on the audit side. And that's assuming no triggered audits and no complaint-driven audits. As soon as we start doing that, that number goes down. So it would be difficult to do with just that. But those 6 people, that's where we start. It's 2 attorneys and a paralegal in each of 2 divisions. One would be the division doing the audits, and one would be the division that would be responsible for training and providing attorney supervision. When we talked about adding a 7th, the next person, the biggest—
I'm sorry, Justin, it's 2 attorneys and a paralegal?
Per track for a total of 4 attorneys and 2 paralegals. That's correct.
Okay.
And that, the reason we start there is because that allows us to externalize our functions more effectively. Right now, I don't have somebody in-house to do training. I don't have somebody in-house to oversee attorney standard keeping, record keeping, performance. Without getting into any details, I'm going to observe a proceeding next week as part of the compliance function. But while I'm doing that, nobody's going to be looking at vouchers or approving. So it's just we need people to be able to go and do that. When we got to the 7th person, that person we would add to the core agency staff. The work that your 4 core agency staff members are doing is tremendous, and but it's not sustainable. We need more help here. And so, once we've externalized some of those other functions as a starting point, next we try to expand the capabilities of the office here. So that's why at number 7 I went there. And actually, and then after that, I added one last person over on the audit function side, and then I think that's probably as far as we need to go there for the moment, unless the committee or the legislature as a whole just thought perhaps we needed deeper penetration into the data. And then just for a sense of what that means, it would mean 5 analysts per 4% of data to be able to expand that analysis on a comprehensive basis. The other remaining people, so we're now at 13 of a total ask as these have been building, would all go on the compliance side. And now there would be 3 tracks. There would be training, which needs to happen. And then would be oversight of attorney performance. And without getting into the weeds, I have a strategy to implement some systems from the Committee for Public Counsel Services, CPCS in Massachusetts. Some of you have heard me talk about that. That comes with record keeping requirements that would allow somebody to really look more closely at whether an attorney was performing effectively. But right now, there's nobody to look at those documents on any meaningful basis. So that's what track 2 is doing, in addition to going out in the field, observing people, providing direct supervision. The national standard for supervision of attorneys, just so you know, is 10 attorneys to 1 supervisor. So we've got about 325 rostered attorneys. We did provide the training we've been providing last week. We had about 25 more people. So there was crossover between the criminal and the child protective sides. So call it 340 people. We should be looking at 34 supervisors, assuming people are working in offices where the supervision is direct. So it sounds like a lot when I'm talking about having these folks on the 10 people on the supervision side, but it's actually understaffed from a constitutional perspective. But we would get a long way down the road with it. So we would have the training, we'd have the supervision, and then we would have a small unit to address complaints about attorney performance. My experience here, without any confidential detail, my experience here is we see complaints at a much higher complaint density than I did when I was doing disciplinary work. But the flip side to it is many more of them are folks who are unhappy about their situation more genuinely than they are about the attorney performance. And so I think we don't need more than 2 people, one attorney, one paralegal, to be managing the complaint side of the process to make sure that we're really seeing the people we need to see. I can go deeper into numbers. I can explain the reasoning for any of those subcategories. I'm happy to do any of that, but before I make everybody's eyes glaze, maybe that's a good place to pause and ask for that direction.
Okay, and could you, just so I'm clear where we are, what you just described was if everything went that way, you would have 10 additional employees. Am I right there?
14.
6, 1. You already have the 4.
No.
No, 14 additional.
That's what's in the memo.
Okay. So you have the 6, you have the 6, then the 1, then the 3, and then 4 more.
So I redid the original version of element number 3, which was the 3,
okay,
to be the 7. And so there was a memorandum from Friday, and that memorandum I redrafted today with updated numbers to reflect that, really trying to look at what we really need to do the job. It's still less than ultimately is probably necessary for where we want to go, but I think we'd be doing a much better job at that point. And I'm sorry, as I went through that, I didn't hit the appellate office stuff. So let me just tag on to that for a second. We've discussed the appellate office stuff in other contexts, I think. And so I didn't dive deeply into it just now, but we did have the change package in the October submission dealt with the appellate defender and post-conviction review office. We did update those numbers, and they're in the memorandum dated March 1st, 2021.
Thank you. Committee members, I know that's a lot of information being thrown at you, but it relates to some of the material that we heard, information that we heard in earlier hearings. I would open it up to questions, and the first hand I saw was Representative Babich, followed by Representative Evangelos, followed by Representative Moriarty. So Representative Babich, and then.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Can you hear me okay? Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Andrus, I just want to weigh the validity of some of the numbers and so forth. And actually, it's just in the argument. You talked about supervisory ratio being ideally 10 to 1 or something like that.
Yes.
If that's a national standard, I mean, most people are in public defenders' offices, right? So what is the recommendation supervisory wise regarding caseload? That would be more relevant to me, I think, than number of attorneys.
I can't break it for you that way because I haven't done that math. I wasn't prepared for that question. But when I look at CPCS, and you'll hear me talk about that a lot as we talk about standards for a variety of reasons. First, they have a really comprehensive system that, in my estimation, looks really solid and workable. I've heard it referred to as, if not the gold standard, one of the gold standards of indigent defense, and also been told that it is the system that nearest approximates something that's truly Sixth Amendment compliant. And so when I look at that, it's calling for attorney caseload numbers and hour numbers that would both be lower than where we are. And so where we are typically, we don't have those standards right now. We should, we will. But and as a result, there would actually be more attorneys. But I don't know how to break that for you into how many supervisors. The really problematic aspect is that the supervisor who's supervising attorneys in disparate locations, there is the caseload problem. But the bigger issue in terms of the differentiation is that person's got to chase down lots of people in lots of places. I mean, I imagine supervising people walking out the door and turning right and seeing 10 people versus trying to track down any given 10 contracted attorneys in a day. And so, but I can't quantify that for you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Babbage. Representative Evangelos.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Justin, can you put a dollar figure on the 14 positions so I can keep track here?
I summed it, and it was, I still have it on the screen. I think I closed the window. It was 1.5, but I don't remember what the, once we got to smaller digits. But if you give me a minute, I will give it to you. $1.513, 533 is what I came out to total. That includes both the staffing costs and the all other costs, including the startup costs of infrastructure and capital stuff.
And that's per year, right? Not biennium?
That was year one. That's FY22. I can do it for FY23 if you want. The salaries go up slightly and we're not buying laptops and furniture. So the numbers did not change super dramatically. There's initiative one goes up 5,000, sorry. Element two actually goes down slightly, and element three goes up 2,000. So it's approximately correct.
Okay, so, okay. Representative Evangelos.
That answered my question. I mean, presumably we're going to be putting these initiatives in an addendum to the Appropriations Committee. Is that correct?
That is one, that's certainly my hope.
Okay. I just want to keep track of the money here. Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Moriarty.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Justin, with all of the numbers floating about and all the materials that we've received, I've more or less lost track of what your current annual budget is. And I need to know that so that I can contrast it with what's being proposed and contrast it with the governor's position and see how the figures all match up against each other.
So Deputy Director Masag's on the call, and I'm going to invite her to step on me if I get this wrong, but because I want to be precise. The fiscal year 2021 budget was $16,421,000. We've been running about $18 million and requiring supplemental funding historically. This year, we had money that wasn't spent in fiscal year 21 or 20, excuse me, that pulling forward, which represents a decrease in certain types of activities during the COVID phase. I know, and I just want to put this here, I know this isn't necessarily directly responsive, but I want to make sure that it's clear that that money is encumbered effectively by the cases that are pending in the system. So it's not the case that there were suddenly found efficiencies or cost savings. It's the case that I think some or all of you may have heard me say this, but there are 53% more cases pending on the first day of January than a year earlier. And so we're actually going to have a shortage, not a surplus, when we think about projecting out the effect of those cases.
And you are proposing a budget in the vicinity of 36 million.
Yes. So the budget that, based on the submission in October, the initiatives that were included in the commission's budget, which were designed to effectively implement the first round recommendations of the Sixth Amendment Center, as I understand it. And you'll all forgive me, I hope, when I qualify that, because I wasn't here to participate in those conversations directly at that time. And then updated to reflect truer costs. Particularly Deputy Director Macy, I worked hard to generate the data that went into the March 1st memorandum so that we could have a more realistic view of what those costs were.
Okay.
Thank you, Representative Moriarty. The next person I had was Representative Libby, followed by Senator Keim.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for being here today, Mr. Andrus. My question is just in regards to timeline, because I understand that all these changes take time. Are these 14 positions an immediate, you could get these people off the ground and working and functional right off the bat, or is this spread out over some sort of timeline that you see?
Certainly there would be a spool up. The first round of people, so I talked earlier about there being sort of 2 divisions and then subcategories. And so it would make the most sense to me to hire one person, and it depends how many people we're going to have ultimately, whether it's 2 people total for the 2 divisions or whether it's 4 people for the 2 divisions and 3 in the subdivisions. And then it probably makes sense for the next person in a chronological thought to be the central office person if we were doing it that way, because then those people could be trained up and participate directly in spooling up the people underneath them. If 14 people came to work today, it would take me a few weeks to get them all fully running. But one of the things that I hope to do is, again, I keep talking about CPCS, but I intend to import their assigned counsel, contract counsel model. I have permission from their chief counsel, whose name is Anthony Benedetti. He's been very generous with his time and his materials to adopt it wholesale. It needs some modifications because their system works a little bit differently than ours. But the nice thing about that is certain elements that would otherwise be time consuming to develop actually could be developed very, very quickly or implemented very, very quickly. If we go down that road, my goal would be to have a master attorney working document that is a manual and gives them all the expectations, and a master contract as they do. And that when the attorneys re-up, to participate in the program for the next fiscal year in June, July, they would be required to subscribe to that. And I will say, because I've been asked this, I've been appointed counsel. I may be appointed counsel again in some world. There's nothing about that would have given me pause to participate in the program. But with that comes the reporting. With that comes the record keeping, the timekeeping way we've talked about in other sessions. And so all of that pops. And then those people who are here to provide that oversight can begin engaging that oversight very, very quickly because they don't have to invent the program.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Sorry, Senator Keim.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, Mr. Andrus. Thanks for being here and working through all of this with us. So I have a couple questions. One is when you were talking about the auditing function, you mentioned that you needed 2 attorneys and a paralegal. And I wonder if you could help me understand that a little better.
I will. I'm in a very awkward position. I'm the only person in this building, and they're trying to deliver supplies we need. And I need to excuse myself for 15 seconds to open a door. And I will return. May I please do that? Okay.
Yes,
thank
you may. I'm timing him.
You said 15 seconds.
I know. The floor drops out.
He just made his case for the extra staff.
I actually thought that was an example he was bringing up.
Representative Babich, I see your hand up. Is it up for a second time or is it still up from the first time? You're good. Okay.
Okay, thank you. I apologize for interrupting, but I'm happy to show you all what we're doing. So the question, as I understood it, was what are we going to do with the audit staff?
Yes, I guess what I probably am getting at most is I'm questioning the need for an attorney to look at vouchers. I understand that someone has to understand the system, but it seems that anyone can learn that, and I don't know, overqualified to just an attorney seems like a position that would be overqualified for. So the auditors, I'm wondering why you would need 2 attorneys and a paralegal just to look at vouchers.
Because I think there's an empirical side of the audits, but there's also a qualitative side of the audits. And I think that the person who's looking at it from a mathematical exercise, that doesn't need to be an attorney. But the person who's looking at it to look at the reasonability of the work that was performed, to determine whether there's fiscal irresponsibility in either a very high or very low voucher, or I guess the low voucher wouldn't be fiscal irresponsibility, case irresponsibility. That person really needs to be an attorney. It needs to be an attorney who's not just licensed, but practiced, and thus has the framework to sort of make those determinations. I don't know how. I think about when I would do litigation cases and I would review medical records, and I would have to establish the medical necessity of services that were provided to somebody who'd been in a car accident as part of the process of getting compensation for them. As a lawyer, I kind of knew what happened, but I really couldn't say that this particular extraordinary procedure was or wasn't medically necessary. I needed a doctor to tell me that. So I see this similarly. Perhaps we one attorney and all of the other people non-attorneys. So that there may be a tweak possible there, but I do think the head of that unit needs to be an attorney.
And the other question I had right now, I'm sure there'll be many. The other question I had right now is has the committee has new information been shared with the committee for the budget today that we're basing this discussion off?
I'm sorry, I don't understand that question that way.
Did we share, and you may not be the one to answer this, but is there new paperwork and budget information that's been given to the committee for today?
There were the memoranda that I wrote. Excuse me, there were 2 memoranda on Friday, one of which was updated today for some different assumptions. And then there was the memoranda that was submitted on March 1st. That's the newest information that I know has been given to any committee member or chair. And so I don't know to what extent that's been disseminated inside the committee. And that may have been my failing, so I apologize. I responded to the person who asked the question with the product. I didn't think to spread it more widely.
Yes, thank you for that. That's understood. And maybe Chair Harnett can answer the question if things have been shared around with committee members. Otherwise, I just wonder if it would be easier to follow along if we were all looking at the same documents.
And I don't know the answer to that. I mean, committee members can tell me. Have you received an email from Senator Carney? Because that's who the memo was directed at on Friday and today.
No.
Okay, you have not. Okay, and I
No.
know Senator Kime that there was a memo addressed to you. Was that shared with your caucus?
I did not share the memo with my caucus because I was aware that Senator Carney had a slightly different memo, so I had assumed that she'd be sharing that. The only thing, I'm looking at the memo that Senator Carney did share with me, and it doesn't have the appellate on there. So I think if that, I think we need to make sure we have in one place all of these documents so that as we go back and forth, we're all looking at the same thing. So I have the information printed in front of me that was part of the October ask, But at this point, we've shifted slightly from that. So it's not as easy to follow along if that's the only documents that we're looking at. And I do want to dive in deeper into the appellate defender as well. So I just want to make sure that we're all looking at the same things.
And the most recent document that I have does not include the appellate numbers. So Mr. Andrus.
The most recent appellate numbers are in the March 1st memorandum. So if the committee or committee members wanted, it would be the work of a moment, probably maybe 2 moments, to cut and paste those all into one thing. The reason that it's different is that what I presented on March 1st was an update of what the commission had approved as its budget request. And then what came at the end of last week was responsive to what I was asked. And I didn't go back and re-include the previous information, because to me, they live in a pile on my desk. So it was all one compendium. I will point out, I think I've said this before, that the budget request from last fall did not include benefits for any of the staff positions. And so the numbers that are in the March 1st document are updated for more realistic iterations of the all other costs, and they are as accurate as they can be. They're precise. And then also have corrected salary numbers with fringe benefits.
Thank you. Senator Sanborn.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have a number of questions, but I'll start with this one, Mr. Andrus. Where in the hierarchy of needs does the increase in pay to the panel attorneys come into play? Because I don't think it's in the memos. So I just want to understand where it ranks in terms of the priorities within the budget.
So I would answer in 2 ways. From a Sixth Amendment perspective, the requests that the commission made in October and the things we're talking about today, which I really see as a modification of some of those requests as opposed to a change, are coextensive. These are all things that we need to do to get towards Sixth Amendment compliance. I will say that I think increasing attorney compensation is vitally important. The quality of care that we're going to provide to our clients is going to improve, in part because we're going to impose caseload limits and hours limits to ensure that our attorneys are well, and to ensure that our attorneys are able to spend the time they need on every case. And doing that has the issue that the costs associated with providing these services don't go down. And so if there are fewer cases, it's important that they be compensated in a way that allows them to be diligent and be earning a reasonable living doing the work. No one who's doing this typically is getting rich doing it. Even the outliers identified in the OPEGA report, it came back to say it was across many attorneys. Okay, and so I do think that that's really important from a client, I keep calling it client care, but competent client representation perspective. Does that answer what you're asking?
Sort of. What I think we're trying to sort out is to try and think of this as initiative lines that would have been in the budget had the governor put them in the budget as initiatives.
Mm-hmm.
And so I'm imagining an initiative that is sort of step 1 of your memo, an initiative that is step 2 of your memo, which I think is the central office piece, an initiative that's step 3 of your memo, which is like the compliance piece. And then that there's 2 more initiatives that I think are missing from the memo, one of which is the appellate office, and the other is the increase in attorney compensation. And I just worry that we're losing sight of the whole piece of it because we did ask you to prioritize, which I understand, and that was the purpose of the memo. But I just want to make sure that, like, for the purpose of this conversation, we're thinking about them as sort of separate initiatives that we need to give as suggestions back to AFA in one shape or another.
So I would reply to that in my role as executive director, and I keep making the distinction only because I haven't had a commission meeting since the conversation changed. And so I can't give you the commission's answer. In my role as executive director, the things that will make the biggest change to the quality of service fastest would start with the change packages that would allow the office to function properly and provide reasonable oversight. No question. I would put the attorney compensation next. I would put it there for a variety of reasons, including retention and recruitment and attorney wellness and reducing the specter of people working all night after night and getting burned out. I don't see that happening as often as I might have been afraid at one point, but it's still, people need to be not grinding it out. They need to be doing really high quality work for their folks. And the recruitment and retention issue is serious. As people become more experienced, they often get on fewer panels or come off of panels. Sometimes they're available to court to act specifically. And there are exceptions. We have some really experienced attorneys who just continue to love the work and stay on, and we really appreciate them. But we're starting to get counties, Aroostook County, we've talked about in other hearings, where I get emails every day from the clerk saying we don't have folks. And so that's really important, not just for the lawyers, but for the clients.
So it would be the three initiatives that you've talked about in your memo: the attorney compensation, and then the appellate division would be the next one.
I think that's right.
Okay, thank you.
And for members of the committee, just so you know, I just sent to our analyst the memo of today that lists the matters in priority. So that should be posted in the Google Drive shortly. I realize that's not ideal, but that's the situation that we find ourselves in right now. It may be possible. I will talk to the analyst to see if the committee thinks it would be helpful to share that on screen so we can see the different buckets that are being described more in that initiative fashion that Senator Sanborn was talking about. It has been posted in the Google Drive. Representative Hagan, I see you have a hand up.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. You probably just answered my question. I may have missed it. I did have to step out for a second. Is there something in the Google Drive that gives us the breakdown of exactly what each of the 14 will make in full compensation per year?
I believe it shows the total dollar amount, but not the salary per position. Is that correct, Justin?
It is, but I can address that.
Okay.
If that Mr. Hagan would like that, I'm happy to do that.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind just seeing how it breaks down.
So we used three model employees as our folks. For our paralegal, excuse me, I was forgetting our office manager. For the paralegal positions, we used a paralegal. Their grade would be 04-20. That would be $40,600 and change a year. Fringe benefits would be $38,500 for that person. And I can give you a count in a minute if I think about it, about how many of those people there are. Each of the lead attorneys, and if we were talking about the full set, we'd be talking about one lead auditor and three lead attorneys in the subdivisions on the quality assurance side, would be at $47,33 second grade. They would be earning $77,000 a year, and fringe of $52,000. And the other attorneys would be at $70,720 with fringe of $49,000. And the goal there was to look for similar or equivalent positions in district attorney's offices who, for attorneys with the same kind of years of experience that we thought we would need to discharge those roles most effectively. It's probably the case that as it gets built out, each next person can be a little bit more junior. So if you got one person in the role, certainly has to be a relatively senior person who's both experienced and tempered. If you've got somebody who is more subordinate and working hard but making fewer discretionary decisions, things like that, that person can probably be a little bit lower down that structure. Then I skipped the office manager. The office specialist 2. Now that person's role would be to take on some of the specific tasks with direction, but some of the specific tasks that either I do or Deputy Director Masiak does. And the person would be given some discretion to exercise, in the ambit of how do you respond to these kinds of questions, these kinds of inquiries, how do you manage these kinds of things. That would be an office specialist 2, which would be 8122 is the rate and grade, and that salary is 46.9 with fringes of 49.
Does that answer your Representative Hagan?
Yes, it does. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Anders.
Representative Evangelos, and then I want to make ask a question of the committee. Representative Evangelos.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Very briefly, Justin, when you're doing the fringe, are you assuming family health care coverage?
That I cannot answer, but Deputy Director Masiak, who helped with that, can probably pop up and tell me.
The number sounds high, so I was just wondering if you're assuming, family of 4 or something on health insurance.
That's what we got from HR payroll, wherever the spreadsheets come with the rate and grade. And I'm sorry, I don't know the answer. I don't mean to be dismissive of it by not knowing. Ellie, do you have the answer to that?
I don't know. I got the information from HR. So I'm assuming that they err on the side of, if you're Evangelist, if you're saying that it's on the high side, I'm assuming that they're budgeting for the family rate. I can certainly check on that.
Thank you.
Be right back. Sorry. So we're in a bit of a difficult spot. I realize that you have in the Google Drive now a memo that's pretty dense. We have a couple of options. We could take the time to read that. We could share a screen and have Justin walk through it. I'm just trying to get a sense from the committee what would be most helpful to folks moving forward, and I'm happy to have people weigh in on that. I'm also mindful that we have to do something by Friday in terms of getting back to AFA. So I'm going to start with Senator Keim, and then after that, Representative Evangelos. Senator Keim.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, so we are in a little bit of a difficult spot here because it feels a bit like we're building a car or something, but it's kind of spaghetti because we've got information about all these different things and we don't have a concise document in front of us that we're working on because we're talking about information that was handed to us in the past and now how we're going about it in the future. And just so everyone's aware, I mean, obviously I also reached out to Mr. Anderson, asked that he give us bare bones, like where's the minimum, and then as we build, what are we adding? But even with that overview, which is what we need, then we also have to get into the weeds of things, which is what Representative Hagan was just asking. We need the actual numbers on how much these positions cost, and to have them rattled off is good, but it's difficult because we actually need it in a document form in front of us. So I think we do need some time looking at a budget with initiatives, even even if we can walk through it and then cross out them as we go, say, okay, well, we disagree, we're not going to vote in favor of this position, but we are in this position for this position. That I think is how we need to work in order to understand what we're doing, and then have them in all the different buckets that we're talking about, like some are oversight, some are audit, some would be the appellate office. And then of course there's the, just the increase in salaries that would also be the hourly rate, which would also be another line item. But I don't know how we do that today. And so I am going to also say that we have in the past not met our deadline for AFA, and they generally don't meet our deadlines for us either. So I'm just going to put that out there as well. I just know that this is a difficult task, but it's one we really need to dive into and take on, so that as close as possible, hopefully we can come out with a really unanimous voice to AFA and say this is important. So I don't have any good answers, but I did bring up a lot of the problems I see in front of us.
Thank you, Senator Kyman. I appreciate the input, and the process you're describing is akin to what we've been doing with all of the other agencies, departments that have been in front of us for the last week or 10 days. Just need to figure out how to make that happen. Representative Evangelos, and then I'm going to turn to the wisdom of my co-chair, Senator Carney, after Representative Evangelos speaks.
Thank you, Chair Harnett. Along the lines of what Senator Keim just mentioned, we've had the imposition of a 2-day session, tomorrow and Thursday, so we don't have those days. We're not going to finish this the next half hour when all of us have to take off to our other obligations tonight. So I would suggest that we do ask for a small extension. We can come in and do our committee on Monday and finish this work. We'll study the documents that Mr. Andrus sends us so we can make informed decisions, or we can work on Friday and meet their deadline. But there's a lot of aspects to this that aren't going to get fixed in the next half hour, and I'm getting concerned that we just need to be better informed, take a little time, reconvene the committee with all the players that are joining us today, and spend some time on this. I'm game for Friday. I'm game for Monday. Maybe Peggy can check with appropriations and get us a 1-day extension so we can do it on Monday. But we're not going to do it in the next half hour. It's just not going to happen.
Thank you.
That's my suggestion.
Thank you, Representative Evangelos. Senator Carney.
Thank you. I agree with everything that Representative Evangelos and Senator Keim said. And I do think it's important for us to have a document that we can look at and really work our way through in the way we would a budget document. And I'm happy to work on that with our analysts to try to get something that the committee can address in one additional meeting. Would love to have Senator Keim to have you also help out with that, so that we can try to use all of the wisdom to come up with a really strong proposal to send back to AFA. And I'm wondering if we could do by a show of hands for people, whether, because we'll have to ask permission to meet on a Friday or a Monday. Can we do a show of hands for folks who would be available this Friday, and then folks who would be available next Monday? And if you're available both days, raise your hands both times. And Representative Hagan, are you raising your hand in response to my comment, or not yet?
Just to add before we do that, I'm available after 2, but I'm not available before that on Friday and Monday.
Okay.
So I could be there, but it depends on what time's better for the group. Thank you.
Thank you for reminding me.
Senator Carney, if I might weigh in before the show of hands, my concern with the Friday is we're going to be in session tomorrow and Thursday. I don't know how prepared people will be able, what position of preparedness people will be able to be in by Friday. I also know personally I'm getting vaccinated on Friday, and that's a pretty high priority for me, but that's not necessarily a high priority for the committee. But I am concerned about that time, about one, getting it turned into something that looks like the initiatives that we are used to seeing, and having the chance to review it thoughtfully. So I would fine with taking a vote, but my vote's going to be for Monday.
I appreciate that. And your vaccination is important to all of us, Tom. Tom, do you want, you're the chair. I'm going to stop talking for a minute and let you continue this conversation.
I will let people weigh in, but my suggestion is going to be that we work on preparing that document with our analyst and with Senator Keim, Senator Carney, myself, and Lead Hagan as well, and then seek permission to meet on Monday from leadership. But I see lots of hands up, so and these are in no particular order. Senator Sanborn.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I was just going to recommend, my guess is that AFA is not going to find an enormous difference between Monday and Tuesday. And my suggestion would be that we stick with a Tuesday meeting schedule so that we can maximize the number of committee members who can participate. I know Mondays are not a good day for me to be able to do legislative business, given my other obligations. So I would just recommend, I don't think there's magic to Monday. And I think Tuesday is our regular meeting schedule. It's gonna maximize our ability to have full participation. It's also gonna maximize our ability to use working days to finish the document and have some time to circulate it in advance of our meeting. And I think it's important that we take our time. The other thing I was just gonna suggest is that I think we've actually finished voting on the budget, except with regard to the MCILS section where our only vote would be on the baseline. And so one way of proceeding would be for us to unanimously vote against the baseline of the MCILS budget and then send the document back to AFA on time and say, next week we will send you a memo explaining why we have unanimously rejected the baseline recommendation from the governor.
Thank you, Senator Sanborn. Peggy, before I call on others, what does our schedule look like for Tuesday in terms of having time, if that's when we put it off to? Our days seem to be pretty chock full.
Right. Well, we had planned out a work session on bills for Tuesday, but they have not been entered into the system. So you wouldn't be canceling anything if you wanted to work on Tuesday afternoon. You do have a public hearing at 10 on two bills on Tuesday.
Thank you. And I appreciate that input, Senator Sanborn, and the approach about if we have unanimity to reject the proposed baseline with putting some window dressing on that next week on a Tuesday. I see a lot of hands up. Before I get to all those hands, because this may take care of that, how many of you are comfortable with trying to do this on Tuesday of next week and canceling the work sessions for Tuesday afternoon? And if we could just show regular hands. Representative Evangelos?
I'm going for Monday. We need a full day on this. I don't want to get bogged down in other work on Tuesday. We're going to be in the same position we're in
I'm
right
trying
now.
to see all. I see a lot of hands up for Monday. I'm sorry, Representative Evangelos, but I'm going to.
You mean Tuesday? You mean Tuesday?
I'm sorry. Right. That we would do this in lieu of the previously scheduled work sessions on Tuesday afternoon.
So this is going to be Tuesday afternoon's work or all day Tuesday?
We have how many public hearings do we have in the morning, Peggy?
Two.
Two.
Two bills, companion animals and a study of the protection from abuse system. Now you could, I don't want to say you meet before the public hearing because that would be pretty early and that might be hard to get going.
Do we know how many people we have testifying? I know it's early for that. I'm not sure these will, well.
I've only seen two pieces of testimony come in so far on the companion animals, and I haven't seen any on the study.
I always predict quick public hearings and I'm always wrong. Are we allowed to schedule the work session to begin as soon as the public hearings are finished and continue through the afternoon?
Yes, you could schedule it for 10:30 and then you just don't really start the work session until later. Because it's a public hearing, there's a Zoom link that goes out for public hearing. So anybody who's going to testify for the bill or participate in the work session has to register. But yeah, you can start your work session whenever.
Okay. That is going to be my recommendation. I still see a lot of hands up. If you're weighing in on that point, I will call on you. I have Representative Babich and Senator Keim and Representative Moriarty. And
all right, I am happy with Tuesday afternoon, although, I mean, Tuesday, whenever we finish public hearings, although I think there might be a lot of, I don't know, time needed to collaborate. So, you know, I'm also not against meeting on Monday. I do have, Mr. Chairman, a vaccine on Monday afternoon, which is important to a lot of people in my family. So, but I would be available till 2:30. So if we do Monday, I just want to start early so we can get something done. But I am very happy with Tuesday. I'm just waiting.
And my concern about Monday is we have committee members that have committee assignments on those days, and this is next to tribal matters in my mind. This is the most important issue we have on our docket this session.
And we need time.
And you know, we see where Tuesday leaves us. Senator Keim, did you have another comment on scheduling?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Okay. I agree with Tuesday. I think what we should intend is that definitely documents get passed around, and maybe we even plan caucus prior to Tuesday so that we can, at least as individual groups, really dive into this so that we're more prepared. But I would also like to hear from committee members what they feel they need for Tuesday, so that, you know, what they need to see in front of them, so that everyone's weighing in and we don't, you know, come up to again and just think, oh, well, we don't have this information, or we don't have that information. So if anyone has anything to add now, I think that would be helpful. But also, if we have the documents well in advance, that gives us time to look it over and say, okay, here's the extra information we need, rather than, you know, coming up to the moment where we're hoping to be able to walk through everything and find out that we're still missing pieces that, you know, someone feels is important to know. So I would appreciate hearing that from committee members.
Thank you for those thoughts, Senator Keim. I agree with you. I also agree with the need to have all of us caucus as much as possible. We've heard over and over again that coming out with something as close to unanimous as possible is very important in getting back to AFA. With respect to the question about committee members' particular needs, I'm going to hold that until I see about the other hands that seem to be up about scheduling. So I'm going to go to Representative Moriarty, then Representative Reckitt.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I come to agree that Tuesday is the best day. My question is whether the public hearings can be advanced in time to 9 a.m. to give us an extra hour with which to work.
Peggy?
Probably not, because they've been advertised for 10 o'clock. And you might have to ask for presiding officer permission to change them. I mean, if you really wanted to, you could ask permission to cancel them and work all day and then reschedule them. You have a lot of bills coming, so
Yeah,
there's a lot of juggling going on.
Okay, I expected that, Peggy. I guess we should keep our commitments with the public hearings at 10. I support the concept of going immediately to work session on MCILS when we finish our public hearings on Tuesday. And following up on some of the comments made by Senator Keim, with which I fully agree, I think we need to we need an inventory of all the documents that we all should have. Because what I have, I've got the extensive March 1 memo from Justin, and I have the one that's dated today, which I was able to print off as we were speaking. And there's probably some miscellaneous other stuff, but I'd like a good index of all the required documents that we should have before going into Tuesday late morning, Tuesday afternoon.
Is that something you can put together, Peggy?
I'd be happy to do that, but what I'd like to do is maybe work with Mr. Andrus to go over that and then share that list with everybody either tomorrow or Thursday, so you can make sure you think everything's on that list. And then I think it's not only documents. I think there's specific information that you're going to want to, like today's memo. I know there's a suggestion about breaking down the salaries for each position. So there might be some additional documents in addition to what we have now. But I'm happy to work on that.
Thank you. Representative Reckitt.
Sorry, it takes me a minute. My mouse is not operating. Insufficient cheese. Anyway, I have several things to say. I'm in agreement. Of course, I'm always tied up on Monday, so I'm pleased that we're talking Tuesday. So I'm in agreement with that, and also with the scheduling of it immediately following the public hearings. And I think that the conversation as it has evolved around documents and early and given us time to look at it is a good thing. But I would like to know what the proposals are in relation to what the recommendations were from the Sixth Amendment Center. I mean, are we gonna, I know we're not gonna meet what they suggested we do, but if there would be some relationship between what we're asking and their recommendations, that was articulated, that would be helpful to me. And I would like to suggest that we get all that stuff over the weekend, or worst case scenario, Monday during the day, and try to have our separate caucuses on Monday evening, either at supper time or whenever, so that we could have that done, as I think Senator Keim suggested, or somebody did, before we launch into this conversation. We know what we're thinking about in our groups. So that's all I've got on the scheduling piece, but I'm also really want to be assured that if we're going to ask AFA to wait or we're going to go with the plan of telling them we're unanimously opposed to what is before us from the governor. I mean, I'm happy to do that, but I'd like to know that we really are unanimous in that recommendation, and then saying we're going to come back to you after we deliberate on Tuesday with other information.
Okay.
I think that's all I got.
Thank you. And let's take that one step at a time. We'll hopefully get to that motion and have an answer to that. Representative Babbage, is your hand still up, or is it a?
Actually, it is, Mr. Chairman. I just as a document, when we refer to 81.2 or something like that, I would like a printout of the salary scale, so that when we refer to a position, I can look it up, check it out, and it makes sense to me. So that doesn't just apply to this agency, of course, but it would be helpful to have that. It's public information.
And again, we're going to get to needs after we finish this.
Okay. I'm sorry. I thought we were talking about that.
That's okay. And although not a member of the committee, somebody who's very important to this process moving forward and whose hand has been up for at least the last 20 minutes, but he's been sitting calmly in his office awaiting delivery is Mr. Andrus. You're going to tell us that you're going to Paris on Tuesday.
I am not going to Paris, but I am going to tell you that due to commitments that predate my work here, and for reasons unrelated to the commission, I am unavailable 3 days next week, one of which is Tuesday. However, what we will do is we will put the information together, and I know you haven't gotten the needs yet, but we will certainly serve those needs and spin up either Deputy Director Maciag or an appropriate commissioner or both to be able to present. We're all pretty consistent in our thinking about where it is. It does not have to be me preaching to you, but I did not want anyone on the committee to be taken aback that I sat through this scheduling meeting and that didn't appear on Tuesday. So thank you.
While we will miss you, we understand the need to keep prior commitments, and with certainly comfortable with Ms. Maziak and members of the commission, including Chair Tardy, to the extent they're available. So thank you for letting us know that. Okay. So I think we're moving ahead with Tuesday as soon as possible after the public hearings end. I will work with Senator Carney to schedule caucusing and expect the leads, Senator Keim and Representative Hagan, to do the same as they see fit. That's not something we need to resolve right here, right now. Senator Keim, before I get to needs, is this still on scheduling? No. So are we done? Can we give a thumbs up on the scheduling approach? That thank you. And now, so we have the information that we want and need to make Tuesday as productive as possible. I will ask members to raise their electronic hands if they have specific needs that they would like addressed. Senator Keim.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I actually am now speaking at the wrong time to say this, but I had forgot when I jumped in before to say that I am in full agreement with Senator Sanborn's suggestion and would even make a motion that we vote ought not to pass on this portion of the budget. Thank you.
Okay, we'll get to needs after that. Hopefully this works out nicely. We have a motion by Senator Keim to vote not to pass on the recommended budget. Second by Senator Carney. Is there any discussion? I love when the blue hands don't come up. I would ask, I believe that our clerk, Susan Panett, has had to leave for her vaccine. It's, hope I'm not violating HIPAA there, but I think she talked about it. So I would ask Clerk Karen Montel, if she is running the show, if she could call the roll.
I'd be happy to, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
Senator Carney.
Yes.
Senator Carney votes yes. Senator Sanborn.
Yes.
Senator Sanborn votes yes. Senator Keim.
Yes.
Senator Keim votes yes. Representative Harnett.
Yes.
Representative Harnett votes yes. Representative Babbage.
Yes.
Representative Babbage votes yes. Representative Galgay-Reckitt.
Yes.
Representative Galgay-Reckitt votes yes. Representative Moriarty.
Yes.
Representative Moriarty votes yes. Representative Sheehan.
Yes.
Representative Sheehan votes yes. Representative Hagan.
Yes.
Representative Hagan votes yes. Representative Downs.
Yes.
Representative Downs votes yes. Representative Libby.
Yes.
Representative Libby votes yes. Representative Poirier.
Yes.
Representative Poirier votes yes. Representative Evangelist.
Yes.
Representative Evangelist votes yes. Representative Newell. Representative Newell absent. So, Mr. Chair, 13 in favor of the motion with 1 absent.
Thank you, Ms. Montel. And moving forward, let us all remember how wonderful it feels to have a unanimous vote. Makes life sweeter. With that, I will ask if there are committee members who want to request specific information, remembering that we have one other item that we need to address today. And we can also put those requests in an email. But if there are things that are at top of mind right now, now is the time to let that be known. Representative Libby?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The issue for me is that I know that these resources are out there and they exist in various places, but having them all in one place would be extremely helpful.
And, okay. But I'm not exactly sure what that looks like. Could you?
If it can all be in one place in the Google Drive or something like that, so that it's all accessible from the same place. I know we have memos from different dates, and then we have different pieces of the budget in different areas, but it would just be helpful to have them all in the same file folder in Google.
We will work on that.
Thank you.
And I just saw a message from Mr. Andrus that he is happy to build a compendium of documents. Maybe he can then share that with our analysts, who can maybe make a separate folder in the Google Drive. Thank you, Justin. Representative Evangelist.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So yeah, I just was going to suggest the same thing. You know, we get a document with all the costs associated with each item, but I'd also like to receive a document with the costs associated with some of the items that look like they got dropped off the wayside, such as the Kennebec County Public Defender Office. I'd like to see how much that cost. I mean, if we're going to be making critical decisions, I think we ought to have all the information. In the end, isn't it the committee that decides these things?
That is our role.
So I don't think things should be getting crossed off the list without consulting all of us. So I would request that the reform effort recommended in the Sixth Amendment Center cover all the components, and then we'll deal with the realities of the financial situation on Tuesday, if that's okay.
Thank you, Mr. Andrus. That those numbers appear in the budget request from last fall. Is that correct?
Yes, but what I propose to do is produce a stack of all the documents, but something that goes on top of it says these are what the documents were, lays out all of the initiatives, and it's not my perspective that we've dropped anything from our request. Our budget request remains what was submitted in the fall. So I don't want my answering specific questions to suggest that the commission is dropping things. But what we'll do is we'll give you one set of all of these different initiatives with all of the numbers we can get, and we'll also get the pay scale that somebody asked for. I'm sorry, I don't remember who asked for that. But that way there's a way to say, this is this segment, these are these people, this is what we think they should go, but here you can look at a key of other people you could plug in there. And that way I think you will have all of the information that goes with all of these pieces.
That's perfect. Thank you.
Very much appreciate that. Addresses your concern, Representative Evangelos.
That's perfect. Thank you.
And I believe it was Representative Babbage who wants those salary charts because he's thinking about a post-retirement career.
One last question, sir. Who's going to be sending us this so we can look for it in our email?
I can send it to you if that's easier. I mean, it sounds like Mr. Andrus is going to be doing all the work, but I'll send it to you. I'll create a folder within the budget folder on the Google Drive just for this, so you'll be able to find them. And then we'll also try to get them posted online.
Thank you.
So Justin, if you could get that information then to Peggy, so you don't have to circulate to the world and she can further distribute it.
I will do. Thank you, Peggy.
Thank you.
Senator Sanborn.
Yeah, I just wanted to request that Peggy put together basically a voting sheet that looks just like, or I guess Lauren could put it together, whichever is appropriate, but that looks like what AFA would have sent us if this had been in the governor's budget. And so it has the initiatives and then has a spot for us to vote on each one. And has the amount stated in a way that's very similar to how the budget documents that come to us from AFA would have the amounts stated.
Thank you, Senator Sanborn. Is that a doable?
I think so. It really depends on all the initiatives. But if Lauren's willing, we'll try to put that together for you and have that available.
Thank you.
She's willing. See, she just showed up.
Last chance. Are there other requests from committee members? If not, I will move on to your hand is still up, Senator Sanborn. Are you done? Okay. Thank you all. This was a dicey part of the day, but I appreciate everybody weighing in, and I think we have a good path going forward, and we're taking this with the level of seriousness that it deserves. So thank you. Were you waving your hand, Peggy?
I was waving my hand because I totally forgot that part of the MCILS budget is part FFF of the budget, which is the back page of the worksheets. The governor's budget includes amending the statute governing the commission to remove the standards as major substantive rules. So right now the law says the commission can adopt rules. They're routine technical rules, which means legislature doesn't have to look at them and approve them before they go into effect, except for rates of compensation for council and standards under subsection 2, paragraph B. The budget bill would strike out standards under subsection 2, paragraph B, which are the quality standards, I believe. Or maybe it's the training standards. I'll have to pull that up. And I know that Chair Tardy had sent the statute to you as well.
Peggy, would it be helpful if I screen shared that section?
Very back page. And I'm sorry that I forgot about this because there is one more piece that's unrelated to MCILS.
What was the number again, Peggy? Okay.
It's the very back page is part FFF. There you are.
Thank you.
So subsection 2, paragraph B, which does not show in the bill, is standards prescribing minimum experience, training, and other qualifications for contract counsel and assigned counsel. So what this proposal does is that the commission still has rulemaking authority, but they wouldn't have to go through the legislative approval process that major substantive rules have to go through. The Judiciary Committee in 2020 passed a bill to make these major routine technical rules temporarily so the commission could bring its standards up higher. That was one of the things that the Sixth Amendment Center identified as mains lacking is their standards. And so the commission agreed to adopt rules that made things stricter, but they're major substantive rules, so the legislature has to look at them. This says, if you take this away, if you strike this language out, then the commission can go ahead and adopt those standards at a higher level without the legislature weighing in.
And do we need a separate vote, a vote on that separate from the budget vote that we just did?
If you want to, you can say you're including this in your rejection of what was in the budget for MCILS. Or you can do a separate vote and say, yes, we agree with this, or no, we disagree with this.
I see Mr. Andrews has his hand up, and then I will turn to Senator Sanborn.
Just thank you, Representative. The summary, which is not legally effective, I know, but the summary still got an error in it. I just want to make sure that as we go through this, I call attention to it from time to time. The language in the statute change properly eliminates the standards but leaves the fee issue as substantive rulemaking. The part FFF summary's got it backwards. If anybody's looking at it closely, quickly, it might not be apparent which way it goes.
Senator Sanborn.
So I apologize if I missed this during the hearing in front of AFA, but I don't know where the commission stands on this. So if we could hear from Mr. Tardy or Mr. Andrus about this section, I would be interested in their position.
Thank you, Senator Sanborn. Mr. Andrus, is that something I should turn to Chair Tardy on?
I'm prepared to respond, if it pleases you. The commission would like this part to pass, and I apologize that I didn't catch earlier that this was here. We've been thinking about other legislative changes, and my brain was there. But it would be allow greater functionality to us to be able to set the standards to be more effective, frankly, without having to go through the legislature each time.
Thank you. Are there questions from committee members before I entertain a motion?
Sure.
Senator Keim and then Representative Babbage.
Yeah, we haven't really talked about this much. And my question is, how often do these standards get changed? I mean, I can understand it's always easier to sidestep the legislature and have rulemaking without coming to this deliberative body. But I guess I don't understand the need for this. It seems to me that you would set standards for the lawyers, and then you would that wouldn't ever be addressed again for a very long time. So I don't know how difficult it is to bring it to us. So I need a little help understanding the reasoning behind it.
Okay, I will hear from Representative Babbage, and then I will let either Mr. Andrus or Chair Tardy answer the question.
And I would appreciate hearing from both if I could in answer to that. Thank you.
Absolutely. Okay. Why don't I start with Chair Tardy?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Esteemed committee members, I'm Joshua Tardy. I'm a resident of Newport, and I'm the chair of the commission. To respond to the question, I support this language change in the governor's proposal. I think, Senator Keim, that it gives us the flexibility to address some of the issues as it relates to roster and roster eligibility and those type of issues that we've been under the microscope in the last year in particular. And we recognize that we have an issue with off-roster assignments, and Executive Director Andrus has been addressing that and has been providing great leadership on that. And so we're asking for that accommodation, and that essentially gives us what we think is the flexibility we need to make those calls as it relates to standards, so that our rules actually matter.
Can I follow up with a clarifying question?
Senator Keim, yes, and I'm going to make a suggestion after I hear from Representative Babbage.
I appreciate that. I guess I'm still confused at how often these changes need to be made, and in what way does it other than making it faster because it doesn't have to come before a committee, but in what way does it make them better or more effective, or your work more effective? I still don't quite understand.
Just if I may, Senator, I'll just sort of give you sort of the practical, actual dilemma that's in front of the commission. There's some members of the commission that think that the standards we have are completely fine and we should just be enforcing those roster standards. And then there are others that think that we have, for example, too many specialized panels and the entry onto those specialized panels is overly cumbersome. And so we want the ability as a commission to enact routine technical rules versus major substantive that focus on how to get qualified. And I think the focus is going to be on the word qualified versus roster eligibility. But I think I know that Executive Director Andrus has really looked at that issue, and this initiative that's in the governor's proposal is a product of several conversations that we've had with Governor's Council, for example, and looking at our needs going forward.
Thank you. I'm going to make a suggestion. It seems like this is a topic that may need some discussion. I will confess I've got a chairs meeting at 5:30 and a caucus at 6, and we have another item. I would entertain a motion to table this particular question until we meet again on Tuesday.
Move to table.
Motion to table by Representative Evangelos. Do I have a second? Seconded by Aaron Sheehan and a whole bunch of other people. Motion to table is not debatable. I would ask the clerk to call the roll.
Senator Carney,
No.
Senator Carney votes no. Senator Sanborn,
I'm sorry, we're voting on a tabling motion?
Do we normally, is that a show of hands?
Usually, but also Senator Carney just voted no. So I would need some better understanding of what's going on. So I would ask for a corner caucus if we're voting no on a tabling motion that we made ourselves.
Mr. Chair, normally procedurally, I don't think we take a roll, but it has been the precedent in this committee.
What's the precedent? To take a roll?
To take a roll.
Okay, well.
Can I get if I have to vote next, could I get a repeat of who sponsored the tabling motion and who seconded it?
The motion was made by Representative Evangelos, I believe, and seconded by Representative Sheehan.
Yeah, I'll speak to it.
We can't speak to a
Point of
tabling
order,
motion.
yeah.
No, it's not
You
debatable.
can't speak to a tabling motion. I'm sorry, I just didn't expect that. So
Well, I'm just speaking.
I'll vote.
The only reason
I'll
we made
vote yes.
Representative Harnett said we're out of time today. There's nothing.
I understand, but you can't speak to it.
Right.
So I'll just vote
Well,
yes.
even
I
you-
just wanted to make sure I understood what I was voting on. Thank you.
see?
You can continue with the roll call.
Okay, Senator Sanborn,
Yes.
Senator Sanborn votes yes. Senator Keim,
Yes.
Senator Keim votes yes. Representative Harnett,
Yes.
Representative Harnett votes yes. Representative Babbage,
Yes.
Representative Babbage votes yes. Representative Galgay-Reckitt,
Yes.
Representative Galgay-Reckitt votes yes. Representative Moriarty,
Yes.
Representative Moriarty votes yes. Representative Sheehan,
Yes.
Representative Sheehan votes yes. Representative Hagan,
Yes.
Representative Hagan votes yes. Representative Downs,
Yes.
Representative Downs votes yes. Representative Libby,
Yes.
Representative Libby votes yes. Representative Poirier,
Yes.
Representative Poirier votes yes. Representative Evangelos.
Yes.
Representative Evangelos votes yes. Representative Newell. Representative Newell, absent. So 12 in favor of the motion to table, 1 against the motion to table, and 1 member absent, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Montel.
You're welcome.
And Peggy, that brings us to our last item on today's agenda. Could you educate the committee on what we're taking up?
Yes, I will. It's part KK, and I can share that with you if you want. It's
KK in the judiciary? Or where?
in the judiciary worksheet, yes. And I can share that.
Thank you. Before you do that, Senator Keim, your hand is still up. Did you have a question? No, okay, thank you.
So let me know if you can't see my screen. So part KK is part of what the Appropriations Committee is asking you to look at. It was not part of the public hearing, so I apologize that this is probably new to you. It won't be new to the people who are on the Judiciary Committee in the past, because this was about, it amends the probate code, and it amends the, when a bond is required, when a conservator is appointed. And right now, the statute provides for the public conservator, which is the state, to have a bond to cover any kind of damages that might happen while the conservator is in charge of an estate. There have been cases where it was determined that the state is actually immune in these situations. And so even though the state is paying for a bond, it's not very much, it's $14,000 a year, that the law court has said the state is immune. So the idea here is to save that $14,000, but in order to make it abundantly clear that there's no liability here on the state, it would say that the bond, there's no bond is required for a public conservator. And so that's what shows up in KK1, which is conservatorship is part 4 of Article 5. So both of those sections, K1 and K2, and then K3 is under the public guardianship and public conservatorship part of the probate code. And it just, you can see that it strikes out all the language about a surety bond. A surety bond isn't actually insurance. It really means that if you have a bond, if you're bonded and somebody files a complaint against you and they win, that bond covers their damages immediately. You still have to make good your surety. So it's not really liability insurance. So all of part KK is deleting the requirement that the state purchase a bond anytime the state is acting as the public guardian or the public conservator. And the state is appointed as a public guardian or a public conservator in a case where there is somebody who needs those services. They cannot make those decisions for themselves. And there's no other person who has stepped forward or that the probate court has appointed to take care of the estate or make those guardianship decisions for someone. So the state's kind of the guardian or the conservator of last resort. And this would say, the law court's already said the state's not liable. So these sections are just saying the state doesn't have to pay to buy this bond anymore. And one of the things the law court said was the state is not liable because there's no indication in the statute that the legislature intends the state to be liable in these situations. So that's what the Tort Claims Act provides immunity, and there's nothing in the probate code that says the state shouldn't be immune in these situations.
Meaning
This
that-
was, I'm sorry, this was a bill that the Judiciary Committee did report out last year that died when the legislature adjourned. I'm going to stop sharing if that's okay.
Mhm. And I see some hands up. I just have a clarifying question for Peggy. And what the law court said, as I understand it, is the state has not explicitly waived its liability here. So this is
Right.
covered by sovereign immunity like all sorts of other actions by the state.
Correct.
Thank
And just saying that a bond is required in the probate code is not sufficient to say the state has waived its immunity.
I saw Lois Reckitt, then Chris Babbage, then Senator Kime, Representative Babbage, then Senator Kime. Representative Reckitt.
I just have what I hope is a quick question. How often, probably to Peggy, how often have we been doing this? I mean, does it happen 15 times a year, twice a year, 1,000 times a year? I mean, in the past.
You mean how many times is the state appointed as the public guardian or the public conservator? I would think there are a fair number of cases. The assets covered are in the millions of dollars. We spend a lot of time looking at this last year, and also in the course of rewriting the probate code, that this covers, I think they were saying around $14 million worth of assets. And that's in addition to whatever else wouldn't be an asset.
What I was asking, not so much what was covered as, how many times have we kicked out $14,000, and where from,
right. It's $14,000 per year that we pay for this bond.
Oh, altogether?
Altogether to cover all of this. And so you're not really saving a lot, but it's also, if the law court has said the state has not waived its immunity, there's no reason to keep the bond.
Right. Thank you.
No, it's not a lot of money.
Too bad.
I know.
All right. Thank you, Representative Reckitt. Next, I had Senator Kime and then Representative Babbage. Senator Kime. Did you have your hand up, Senator Kime?
I did, and then I lowered it. I don't know if in the interest of time we can walk through this. I know some of the committee members that are new, this is sort of a big policy decision, and we did go, those of us who've been here before did go through it. And Peggy, I'm wondering, it was a unanimous ought to pass on this bill last time, right? And then it died because we adjourned.
Right. I think it was recognized that there might be some other policy issues involved, but that would be left for future legislation. That right now, this was just supposed to address the Perry versus Dean case, which said the state's not liable, so why are you spending this money? I'm sorry, the law court didn't say that. That's what that's why this bill was put in, to look at that issue about whether the state had waived its immunity. The law court said it had not, so there's no reason to purchase a bond. The question of whether or not it's appropriate for the state to waive its immunity is a completely different question that the committee did not address.
Right, but if we pass this, then in a way, aren't we sort of addressing that? Would you say, Peggy, or no?
I think that that's definitely an issue, and I believe Mr. Delicata spoke to this to the Appropriations Committee and the Health and Human Services Committee because that $14,000 is in the Health and Human Services Committee's budget. We get the language, they get the money. So you're right. It is an opportunity for you to address that. That was not the intent of the bill last year. The intent of the bill was just to catch the law up with what the law court said. And it wasn't really addressing whether it was appropriate for the state to be not to either waive immunity or not waive immunity, if that makes sense. It was a much narrower discussion. At least that's how I interpreted it last year.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Senator Keim. Just a quick question before we get to the next hands. Peggy, wouldn't the more appropriate vehicle be a piece of legislation to explicitly waive liability? That's not what this bill is doing. This bill is saying the law court has said that the state is immune. We are saying then we should not be paying for a bond. The policy discussion would be in another vehicle.
It certainly could be in another vehicle. You're not saying here that the state does waive its immunity. You're just saying we're making the changes consistent in the statute with the Perry versus Dean case. And that's kind of splitting hairs in a way, but it does say that if you want to address this issue, it would be a completely different bill. If you wanted to change, either specifically say the state is immune, or if you wanted to change that, that would be a different piece of legislation. This is just saying the state does not have to enter into a bond. It does not have to procure a bond.
Thank you. Senator Carney.
Thank you. I just, having been involved in this kind of litigation before, I just wanted to express to the committee, I think we should support this. The rule is that states are immune from liability unless there's a specific exception. There is no specific exception, and so the state isn't liable, and so there's no reason to purchase a bond. I feel like the issue of whether the state should or shouldn't be liable is a completely different issue that we would have to have some kind of legislation on in order to debate the merits or not of that policy. But this is really just about whether we're going to spend money on something that we don't need to spend money on right now, given the status quo of the law. And I would hope that folks would support it.
Thank you, Senator Carney. I then have Representative Babich, Representative Libby, and then Senator Sanborn.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I thought Peggy's summary was excellent. The law court has made this appropriation moot and unnecessary, and it was vetted in the 129th. So I move ought to pass as presented for Part KK.
Is that a second, Representative Evangelos?
Yes.
But I did recognize hands up, so this will be toward going to discussion. Representative Libby, then Senator Sanborn, and Senator Carney, is your hand up a second time? Okay. So Representative Libby and then Senator Sanborn.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I understand that this is not a policy discussion, but there are two things. Some of us were not privy to the discussion in the 129th. And secondly, it may not be a policy decision, but it feels like implied approval of a policy. If you make a decision regarding monetary support or not of something, that feels like approval one way or the other. So I move to table this and that we revisit it after those of us who were not part of the discussion on the 129th have the opportunity to more fully understand it.
Thank you, Representative Libby. We have a motion to table. Do I have a second? Seconded, motion to table by Representative Libby, seconded by Senator Keim. Motion to table is not debatable. I would ask the clerk to call the roll.
Mr. Chair, I'm sorry, could you repeat the motion?
The motion to table.
Sorry, I'm right, your bud fell out. Are you ready for the roll?
Yes.
Okay, sorry.
No.
Senator Carney.
No.
Senator Carney votes no. Senator Sanborn.
Yes.
Senator Sanborn votes yes. Senator Keim.
Yes.
Senator Keim votes yes. Representative Harnett.
No.
Representative Harnett votes no. Representative Babbage.
Sorry. Yes.
Representative Babbage votes yes. Representative Galgay-Reckett.
No.
Representative Galgay-Reckett votes no. Representative Moriarty.
No.
Representative Moriarty votes no. Representative Sheehan.
No.
Representative Sheehan votes no. Representative Hagan.
Yes.
Representative Hagan votes yes. Representative Downs.
Yes.
Representative Downs votes yes. Representative Libby.
Yes.
Representative Libby votes yes. Representative Poirier.
Yes.
Representative Poirier votes yes. Representative Evangelos.
No.
Representative Evangelos votes no. Representative Newell. Representative Newell absent. Mr. Chair, 7 having voted in favor of the tabling motion, 6 voting in opposition of the motion, and 1 member absent.
So the motion to table has been approved. Thank you, Ms. Montel. Peggy, is there anything else that we have that needs to be addressed?
No, I don't think so, but I want to be able to give the information to the people who want information on this Part KK. So I'll try to figure out what would be most useful.
And I understand there were people that wanted to be heard on this during the work session, but then the motion was put in and now it is tabled. So we'll work on that so that the committee members that wanted to can receive additional information, and we will hear from interested parties in the work session as requested by members of the committee. Representative Reckett, I see your hand up.
Yes, I'm just curious as to whether or not it's the intention of the chair to have this vote happen on Tuesday, because it's part of the budget stuff in order to get it done. Is that the timeline we're looking at?
The chair did not have a real intention until you raised that question, but it is a budget item that we need to wrap up. So let's assume that it will be on Tuesday.
Thank you.
Representative Babbage, is your hand? No. Representative Libby?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Was there an LD number with this last session so that those of us who need to gain familiarity can look it up and do that due diligence?
Thank you for raising that, Representative Libby. I do not recall the LD number, but Peggy's remarkable in that way.
It's LD 82.
See, isn't she remarkable?
Thank you,
I've got it right here.
Thank you.
Peggy?
Unless there are other.
Peggy? I'm sorry, Tom, but Peggy, could you also post or email to committee members the law court decision? I think that would kind of in a narrative fashion help people understand it.
Okay, I will I will do that, as well as There was a letter from the committee to the Attorney General's office, and the Attorney General's office responded. So I will provide all that information, and I'll email it to you, and I'll figure out the best place to post it as well.
Thank you.
Thank you. And unless there are members of the committee, Senator Sanborn?
I just wanted to make the recommendation that this be one of those things that we talk about in caucus prior to the work sessions on Tuesday. I imagine the folks who were on the committee previously could bring the other folks up to speed, and then we wouldn't have to have a lot of conversation during the work session, so we could save our time for the MCILS votes.
Thank you.
It was just a suggestion of how to proceed.
Thank you for that suggestion, Senator Sanborn. Are there other members of the committee that have the urge to speak? Otherwise, I would entertain a motion to adjourn. Senator Carney, seconded by all those in favor. Thank you all very much. See many of you tomorrow. Peggy, I know you're going to have a difficult couple of days without us, but I'm sure you'll soldier on. Thank all committee members for their help today, and our fill-in clerk. Thank you, Ms. Montel, and have a good evening. Take care.
Mr. Chairman.
Good night.
Night. Thank you very much.
Hold on just a second. Hey, Peggy,
Yes.
can I ask you a clarifying question?
Yes.
So I got the third vote was on part KK. What was the other two votes on? The first one, the ONTP?
There was part FFF, and they agreed to table that as well.
Okay, that was the second tabling one. FFF, F,
Yes.
F, F. And what was the very first one I took?
I think it was just the whole MCILS budget.
Oh, whole NCISL. Whole
MCILS.
NCILS. All right, I'm sorry. I'm reporting out a bill, talking to Janet in the other ear, and making committee focus.
It's good. So that other Susan Panett is just the.
Yeah. She just kept that up because she was afraid if she shut it down, that she would shut everything down. So yeah, we're all set. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Karen. Appreciate it.
Oh, you're welcome. No problem. Take care.
Okay.